transcoder for today's stream. Let's see how lucky or unlucky I am today. And I got one. Yay. Switching to a different upstream server, I guess, helped there. All right. Hello. This is stream number 437. Going to be playing today with Rust, WebGL, and affine transformations. Now, what is an affine transformation? I'm glad you asked. So, it is an algebraic transformation. So we're going to be using the Nalgebra library from Rust today. Here are some things you can do with affine transformations. So you can do nothing, the identity matrix, translation. So using this third column here, you can move things around. Reflection is just swapping the sign of one of the axes. You can flip an image around. Hey, there's 715.209. Scaling is just using different scaling factors on different dimensions. Rotation, applying the trigonometric functions. And I'm not going to be doing shearing, but yeah, if you use these two positions in the matrix, you can do shearing. So I'm going to be using them because we're going to be establishing the coordinate system for drawing. Hey there, Rambane TR. Matrix math, yeah, not too much matrix math. So my idea is that I want to define the model of a tile in my game to be something like this, where the coordinates are pixel coordinates, so that I can get pixel art basically. And then, but I also want, but I want to represent the display area in terms of the same pixels, and I want the top left to be 0, 0, and the bottom right to be 608, 480. So that's calculated by 32 times the number of tiles I want to display horizontally and vertically. So these aren't really just going to be magic numbers. They'll be calculated from tile size and stage size, right? So display coordinates are defined by WebGL. So that's the top left is -1, 1, bottom right is 1, -1. So we'll need to apply a couple different transforms, right? So to transform the model onto the stage to place it where we want, and also we have the opportunity to do rotation, scaling even, shearing, that kind of thing. That's the world transform. So given the tile model, we'll compute a world transform to place the tile where we want on the stage, possibly rotate it, right? And then this view transform to transform from the stage coordinate system to the display coordinate system. So it'll take into account the difference between the origins and the direction and scale of the axes of the two coordinate systems. So this will pretty much be fixed. This one will be different for every tile that we draw. Something like this would look kind of weird rotated. If we want to rotate along a center, we probably want a tile model to have the 0, 0 in the middle. But I'm not going to be rotating tiles per se. I'll probably be rotating the things like the little indicators. So I'll have a different model for those. All right, so let me get started. So I'm pretty sure I want this Nalgebra crate, so let's pull that in. And I was gonna try playing around with the cargo tool to do this. So if I do this right, if I'm looking at like cargo toml here, I should be able to say like it's like cargo add, right? Nalgebra. It's not add. What is it? It's not install, it's something else, right? I thought you could do it with cargo. Maybe not. Maybe you can't. Maybe people. Maybe I'm misremembering. Never mind. Scratch that. We'll just see what version it was. 0.25 and then add it here. Nalgebra 0.25. Okay. Hey, Nui. How are you doing? Okay, so in the playing, a couple of things that I did since the last stream. So to get around that cross origin thing, I realized I was doing a mistake. I was trying to pull the tile atlas from production. Really, I should just be putting it directly into the test environment. So here are my avatar. Here's my avatar tile atlas, and I changed my code to be pulling directly from there. So back in the playing thing, there'll be an avatars.png. Using crates in this code, yes. I use all sorts of crates. Look at all these crates that I use. Use anyhow, base64, and I could have made that one myself because I did that in C++. I didn't make my own PAM. I didn't make my own CERT. Yeah. So I'm no longer like making everything from scratch, especially in the front end. I don't care as much. A couple of the things I did while between streams is I did a little bit more looking into how closure works, and noticed that I think I had wrap here yesterday. Wrap is to make a closure that works with a FN or FN mute, right? But I also saw there's this thing called once, which is a closure that works with an FN once. It still turns into an FN mute, but it internally does what I was doing yesterday, which is to make sure it only gets used once and then have it generate a JavaScript error if it's called a second time. I also added a handler for the on error, so we can check to see if we can't load our tile set, we'll get an error callback. And I did a little bit more cleanup, but that was essentially what I did since the last stream. Yeah. Hey there, A squared. Okay, so what am I going to be looking at? What am I supposed to be looking at? My plan, right? Rasubaka? 21 months? That's a lot of months. Thanks for the resub. Do you have to have this as box dynf once there? Yeah. Without that, we get a compiler error. At least I thought I did. Wait. I thought I got an error for that. Maybe not. Maybe I didn't need that. I could have sworn I needed that. Well, I'll be danged. Maybe it was with closure wrap I needed it. Guess I don't need it. Hey there, Aura Driven. How are you today? So thank you, A squared. You've already earned a point today. I needed it with wrap, I think, but I'm not exactly sure why. I thought it was because we needed to cast the type of the box into one which used a trait object, but I guess this just works because of it being generic? Maybe it didn't work with wrap because it wasn't sufficiently generic over the box. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, you're right. npm run dev. And while I'm at it, new terminal, stage, orchestrator, localhost. All right, let's move this tab over here. Flip back to that one. I guess we're still building. Closure wrap is a little weird, but once should 100% just make an FN once already. That was probably it, right? Because wrap could be FN or an FN mute. But with once, it has to be an FN once. So yeah. It makes sense conceptually to me. All right, login as admin. So yeah, I did this other thing just for fun last night. I decided I would do some rotation because otherwise it was just a static rectangle. And then notice how it's warping. It's because this isn't a nice square, but the display coordinates are square. Yeah, it's slowly spinning. I didn't do anything too elaborate. I just put in the same rotation, the idea of how you do a rotate affine or a rotate linear transformation. It's a linear transformation if this is 0, 0, 0, 0, and 1, right? It's affine. It's nonlinear if you have non-zero things. So, and the superset of you know, the enclosing set of that is called affine transformations. So the rotation was in hold on, let me get my bearings. Render stage. Yeah, see here I computed a rotation uniform, and in the vertex shader I applied that same linear transformation to rotate the vertices. So just something really simple. Just needed to add this uniform, use it here, and set the uniform based off of the timestamp, and that gives us our spinning, our slowly spinning, mesmerizing, hypnotic green triangle. Probably set the display coordinate system to be scaled such that it isn't square. Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do here with the view transform. So it's going from a non-square to a square space. So that will undo the warping that we see here. The Super Nintendo had hardware to do affine transforms on a tile map. Could do all that built-in matrix hardware. Emboss of, what was SMW? Super Mario World? Was a simple tech demo for that. Normally the launch title of Nintendo's console is a tech demo for any new features. Yeah. I remember the Zelda Link to the Past tech demo, I'm not doing anything fancy today, I think. I'm just going to be plotting down tiles, so quads. Probably just start with just 2 triangles. Maybe play with triangle strips, we'll see. So, what to do first? Probably need to just introduce the coordinate system, right? And maybe change our triangle coordinates. So think of them in screen coordinates instead. So the top, this is the top of the triangle. So that would be like halfway across, or 304. And then a quarter of the way down would be 120. And then this is... Okay, yeah, it's not really supposed to... the way I had this wouldn't have been an equilateral triangle. It would be an isosceles, which is why it kind of looks warped a little bit. I'll just stick to something simple. So a quarter of the way from the left would be 152. And then 3/4 of the way down, that's 480 minus 120, or 360. And then 304 plus 152 is 456. And then this is again 152. Oh, 360. There. So those are the coordinates in the stage coordinates. Hey there, 2 sounds, 1 movie. I'm going to be doing getting tile drawing to work. Using a little bit of linear algebra, defining the tile model, and then have basically using affine transforms to deal with things like rotation, translation, and then converting from the stage pixel coordinates to display coordinates in WebGL. So I put the triangle that we had yesterday in terms of pixel coordinates. It's not going to rotate. I'm going to turn off the rotation for now because it's not going to look... To rotate it, I'll have to do a little bit more work to begin with. So I'll remove the rotation for now. I'll put it back in later. So let's just drop the rotation for now. Let me actually keep the code, but have it commented out. And then for the... it's no longer pass-through, is it? I'll have to rename that. Let's... Can I comment out this way? Position.x, position.y. I think so. We'll find out. And there's no rotation. Okay, yes. So everything there is the same, but then to transform from stage to display coordinates, we need a transform. So What was I going to do here? Just keep it simple and have one transform matrix, I guess, and make it uniform. So uniform mat3 transformation. Transform. Let's just call it transform. Okay, and then here we would say, how do you declare variables again? Okay, I forget things if I don't use them. Variables and types. How do I just declare a new one? Yeah, okay. So vec3 position what's the term I'm using here? Display equals transform times vec3 position comma 1, right? To make it homogeneous. Basically adding another dimension to it so we can use the affine transform on it. And then we're using this. I don't need to worry about dividing by that third coordinate unless we do projections, so which I'm not going to do. So I think this should be fine. I just need to now set the transform uniform. So similar to the other uniform, right? Where was that? Oh, the commented out code. So I don't know. I guess I'll just put it here. Oh, we have to do it after we set the program, right? So transform. And this would be a uniform, what is it? Need to look it up. WebSys. Uniform. How do I set a uniform matrix? These are, if they're like 1, 2, 3, or 4 dimensional floats. Was it one of these? Uniform matrix, one of these maybe? It would be 3FV, right? What's the difference between these two? They look the same. Oh, one's WebGL 1, one's WebGL 2. I think this is the one I want, right? And I'm pretty sure it's column major format, but we can look at the documentation. Specify matrix values for uniform variables. That's what we want. Take 2, 3, or 4 component square matrices, right? So we're going to have a 3 component one. So we want the 3FV. Oh, transpose. So that's if we gave it in row major and we set transpose, it would convert it back to column major for us. Interesting. So transpose will be false for us because we're going to be using column major. Okay, cool. So then I just need to get the matrix and then use this on the graphics context, right? So it'd be that. And let's have, let's assume that I have a transform already. Is that right? Yeah, that's the location of the uniform. Transpose is false. And then we need to provide a slice into the thing, the actual matrix. I wonder if I could cheat and just put that here. And then transform can be the matrix that I have. So this would be like an algebra. Matrix 3. So a lot of methods. Which one do I want? Why don't I just look at their documentation? I'm not sure what we want. API reference, I guess. Let's see if they have like translate or rotate or scale. Scale. Bronze scaled. This is getting there. Oh, that's for a 3D space. What about 2D? Okay, new rotation. So that's if I wanted to rotate. If I just want to scale, it would be up here somewhere. Aha. Probably something like non-uniform scaling. Yes. So I want like matrix new non-uniform scaling. New. Is it not a method of matrix? I don't get it. What if it has to do with the fact that this is a slightly different type? What's this matrix 3 type? No, that's just an alias. Oh, but it's they're different, aren't they? This is matrix n. Okay. What's the difference? Maybe it's just that the autocomplete's not helping me. Non-uniform scaling. Okay. I have to provide a vector. Dim name diff. I don't even know what this means yet. I'm probably going about this the wrong way, aren't I? Is this what I want? Oh, this is to get pieces of one. Hey there, LG. Does types look wild? Yeah. And this is the first time I've looked at this library. I just picked out the library before I started streaming, and then because it looked popular and useful and had everything I needed. But I'm still getting used to its API right now. Like, I don't know how to build a vector yet. I should probably just start not from here, but from their documentation, right? Like, user guide, getting started with vectors, maybe. How do I make one, right? Okay, I can just say vector to new and then the components. Okay, that's easy. So it'd be a vector to new. Okay, so then the scaling in the x direction, I think, is 2 over. I'll just put in the numbers as magic numbers for now, just to get it to work, right? And then the second one is negative 2 over 480. Make sure that actually works. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, it expected a reference. Okay, that part worked. This is wrong. So what I want to do is get a slice of that transform. I also want to translate as well as scale. So let's just try a naive thing. I think they had like a transform as slice or something like that. As slice, there we go. Is that gonna give me the correct type? Oh, it is. Nice. So that does the scaling, but it doesn't do the translation that I need. So I need to scale, but I also need to translate it because for 0, 0, the origin in my coordinate, in my stage coordinates is top left, but in display it's the middle of the screen. So after we scale, I need to move it basically back, left, and down one. Back, left one and down one. Am I working on the mud? Sort of, but I'm rewriting the front and back end in Rust. So it's going to be a bit before I can catch back up and add more game stuff. But hello, NanoBlit. C17R, greetings, program. Dr. Padawan, hello. Welcome, everybody. I kind of just decided I'd dive into this. I feel rusty in my linear algebra today. There's a GLM-like API for an algebra 2. Interesting. Was that in that same... Looked like it was in the same document I was looking at. User guide. This one? Oh, okay. That's cool. Thanks, Dan Hedron. That might help me reinforce my GLSL knowledge, right? Because GLM is supposed to be pretty close to GLSL. But this is already pretty close to what I want. I just need to this is the scaling, transform scaling, and transform translation is another matrix 3 new. I was just there, right? Go back a few times. It was new translation, right? New translation. Algebra vector 2 new -1 -1. I think this is correct, but I really won't know until I try it. And so to combine these, I looked back at, if you look back at the Wikipedia page for transformation matrix, you compose them by, if you want to do A first and then B, which is if we want to do scaling and then, so if A is scaling and B is translation, we want to multiply B times A. And I don't know if I can do just a raw multiplication here or not. You would hope that it could just, I can just say transform is transform translation times transform scaling. That multiplication would just work. Hey, it just works. That's what we want. So this should get the right matrix for me into the uniform. And these being stage coordinates should be translated into display coordinates, so I should be able to see my triangle back in the middle if all works. Hello, Pink Fluffy Llama. How are you today? So log in as admin, and I don't see my green triangle. That makes me sad. I guess we should debug the transformation matrix. So I can just print it out, right? Transform. I can do that, right? I think I can. Feeling a bit better with all of your burnout? That's good. Okay, there's our transformation matrix, and my head's covering it. So we're actually getting quite a few because we're recalculating at every frame. That's fine. This counter will just count the number of frames that we're getting. So this is column major, right? So top left is 0.003, then 0, 0. Then 0, negative 0.004, 0. -1, -1, 1. This is the translation, right? I mean, it looks, on the surface, it looks right. There might be something funny going on in the shader, though. Also might have gotten some of these numbers confused. Like, I might want to just, like, try this out on paper, so to speak, to see if I get a correct coordinate. So, for example, the top left, the top of the tip of the triangle, 304, 120, so that's 304 times 0.00328 equals, and then that times x plus that one times y plus that one times the z, which is so minus 1. So pretty much in the center. A little bit off probably because of precision, right? If I did it like exactly right, so what was it again? 304 times 0.00328944737 equals minus 1. So 0, that's correct, right? So the x-coordinate's correct. What's the y-coordinate? 120, okay. 120 times negative 0.004166667. Oh, I didn't do that right. 120 times 0.004166667 negative equals. And then, so it's 0 times x, that times y, plus that times z, so minus 1. Okay, that's y. So that's off the bottom, off the bottom of the screen, right? So I didn't do the translate correctly, I think. So I need to rethink that. Is that how I want to do the scaling? I put the minus sign there because I want to flip it, because in WebGL, -1 is the bottom and +1 is the top, but I wanted 0 to be the top and 480 to be the bottom. So that means I need to flip the y-axis, right? But maybe the problem is I need to add 1 instead of subtract 1 here. Maybe I got that one right? That one wrong? That's my guess. So the translate should here be +1 for the y-axis. Because I had flipped the sign there, I need to flip it there. I think that's what I did wrong. Let's try again. There we go. Hey there, Red Page Crumpet. I'm building my custom game engine on the front end with WebGL. How are you today? Also forgot to say hi to Dan Hedron. Dan Hedron, hello. Could use the already open browser JavaScript console as your calculator. I don't know how to do that. Are you saying I could just type it here? It was 120 times -0.00416. Hey, you're right. +1 equals. Yeah, 0.5, right? That's up here. Yeah, okay. I'm just, used to using calc. I should just be, you're right, I should be using that. I should give you a point. You look at that logo, yeah, because we're doing it for every animation frame right now. And I thought about that before the stream too. I'm like, if what we're drawing doesn't change, we don't really need to request an animation frame. So at some point I'll need to update the front end so that it doesn't request an animation frame unless something changes, like a tile changes, or if we're doing maybe if we're doing a rotation, and then just actually you can't just do one thing. You'd have to repaint the whole thing. But yeah, we don't need to do it. If it's not changing, we don't really need to repaint. So that's aura driven, right? You get the point. We're saying that I should just use the console for my calculator. It's a JS REPL, yeah. Okay, cool. So this obviously is not a actually no, it is an equilateral triangle, right? It shouldn't be though. I don't think this is an equilateral triangle. Why does it look like it is? Actually, it doesn't look like it is. If I turn my head, I can tell it's not. It's rather squat, right? Which makes sense because this is more of a rectangle. If I wanted to make an equilateral triangle, what would the coordinates be? Anybody know math better than me? I would need to make sure that all the lengths are equal. I don't think it's equilateral. If I turn my head, this is definitely longer than that. I mean, this is longer than that. Can make it more extreme. Do you reset the points tracker at some point? No. I don't think I did. But if you changed your name, my bot might have gotten confused about it. There's also a transient error in the database, in the bot, where you might have points in two different accounts. And I'll try to, when I migrate it to the game 2.0, I'll probably just catch all of that and pool all the points together. So yeah, you might have points in two accounts instead of one. I'm not good with making equilateral triangles. Can I just Google it? Equilateral triangle coordinates, please. Actually, here a fair... Is that right? Examples of coordinates of an equilateral triangle, integers only. Too much math. Too much math. One at 0 width, and one at width, 1/2 width. If you're looking for the equilateral triangle, you're going to have a point at 0, 0, one at 0 width, one at width 0. Why'd you put width in the y coordinate system? And one at width, 1/2 width. Is that right? I can try that out. So 0, 0 and 0, 0. So that'd be top left. So it's gonna look kind of be not centered right, but we can adjust this, right? One at width. Let's just pick 100 to be easy. 0. If I format it like this, is Rust formatter gonna like undo my art? And then 1 like that. Yeah, it undid it. Oh well. Let's see if I get... I'm just not very good at math. It's compiling. Is that equilateral? I guess it is. It's hard to tell though. Okay, and then let me... So where would the center of that be? Right here? At 1/2. You have your coordinates backwards. That's what I was thought a squared, that at some point I'd have to use like square root of 2 or square root of 3. That's okay. Maybe we move from triangle to something else. Maybe I should just move directly to tiles, because tiles are squares and that's easier than triangles. Hey there, Raul Rita. I'm struggling with equilateral triangles. I bet my kids are better at math than I am at this point. Hey there, MetroDev. Read your points. Okay, if you have a point at some location and a distance at x, the middle point... Okay, we'll try what a squared. Let's see if a squared got it right. Let me put the point at the middle. So the middle was 304 and 240, right? That's the center. And what is that distance? Is that distance the length of one side? Okay, you actually gave me numbers. I should just try your numbers. 50, 100 times, well, calc. What's the square root of 3? Square root. And then 100.000. Let's see if a squared's got it right. Yeah, I could have had Rust calculator, you're right. That doesn't look quite right. It looks quite isosceles to me. Are you sure it's square root of 3, not square root of 2? Maybe it's not 100 there? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We can all just forget that we were going to try to do a triangle. I want to do a I want to turn this into a triangle strip. Actually, let's just do 2 triangles. So this is, just call it the model. And we're gonna plot a tile. That's what we're gonna do. 0, 0, and let's go down. So 0, 0, 32, 0, and then cross. And then I won't do a triangle strip. I'll just do the 2 triangles for now, right? So starting at the bottom right corner, I would want to go up. So that's 32, 0, and then left. And now we're going to be drawing 6 points. So let's actually make this a constant. Let our const vertices. I'm gonna guess it's U32. No. What is it? I30. It expects an I32? So I could put a negative number there? That's weird. All right, what else is wrong here? Oh, should just be model. Okay, I would just want to draw a rectangle. Rectangles are much easier than squares, right? Or triangles. Rectangles are easier. Squares are easier than triangles. Okay, there's my single tile way up there. I guess I could compare with this. Make sure it's the same dimensions and everything. I should actually put a tile there. Yeah, looks exactly right. 32 by 32 pixels. All right. So then, if that is the model, then I suppose now we want to like translate it. So let me add to the transform the world transform. So that was the view transform. This will be the world transform. So let's call this view, right? View scaling. View translation, and then view. That's the view, and then the world is just, I'm not going to do a rotation, I'm just going to do a translation. So let world translation equal that, and just assign that, right? Hey there, Tim. We're doing some remedial linear algebra today to have 3 different coordinate systems. So the tiles coordinate system, the stages coordinate system, and the displays coordinate system. Just got the view transform done. I couldn't draw an equilateral triangle because I don't remember enough math to know the coordinates for it. So I gave up on that, and instead I'm just going to go to a quad. Got the quad working. Now I want to translate the quad using the world transform. Once I get that working, then I can play around with using a texture. Is Tim the yellow turtle master? Oh, A squared has another attempt at doing an equilateral triangle. I guess, should I let A squared have one more try at this? So it would be, let's not do the world transform yet. Let's just do a let transform equal view for now. And we'll go back to 3 vertices. So let's put in A squared's numbers. 0, 0, 0, x over 2, so like 50, and then 100 times, and there you're saying I could let rest do it. So let's just let Rust do it. Square root. So 3.0 dot square root divided by 2, and then 100, 0. 0.0. All right, see what it does. What syntax? Just drop the 2 in your math, wrote it out this time. 100% certain these will work. Let's see. Did I have a compiler error? I guess I did. So there's no square root. It's ambiguous. So it shouldn't be ambiguous because it should be an F32, but okay. 32. All right, now it's not ambiguous. Weird that I had to specify the type. Shouldn't it be able to figure it out from the context? Oh, look at that. That looks pretty equilateral to me. I think that looks pretty equilateral. Yeah, looks good. Thank you, A squared. You get a point. You have won the equilateral triangle challenge. Square root can return a type that can be if the... Oh, I see. But it should know that it need... Oh, it doesn't know the input type, right? So I could have put an F64 and asked it... And I could put an F64 and it should actually still work, right? Yeah. Oh, actually, no. Because now everything is an F64. Interesting. Well, then shouldn't it be able to figure that out? I don't know. Anyway, we'll keep our equilateral triangle around for a little bit. Really? I can't uncomment that? I have to do it manually? Fine. How'd that star get in there? So that's back to our quad, right? So we have 6 vertices for a quad. Did I hit F? What happened just now? Why did it run nmake? Or cmake? I don't know. This really belongs up here, right? In fact, can't I make that calculated based off of model length divided by 3? Attempt to... Okay, so it's not a const. Okay, as I32, please. Whole thing in parentheses, I guess. Right. Vertices. Actually, it should probably... Excuse me, should probably be called num vertices. So we use it down here. Actually, you know what I'd rather do is just move this translation down to here. There we go. All right. Square root is scuffed. Just know that you always have to specify type. Huh. Yeah, length is usize, that's true. Now you don't need the cast, right? Yep, yep. I think we are in alignment. What happened here? Oh, it's paused in the debugger. Reload. Wait, what happened there? Oh, it's divided by 2. There's only 2 coordinates. It's only 2D, not 3D. So that should really be dimensions, right? Don't I have a constant called dimensions? Position dimensions? There we go. I used a constant. Look at that. Only... Okay, shoot. Let's back up a little bit and say this is dimension... Well, stage dimensions as I32. We'll just make that a constant up here. Const stage dimensions u size equal 2. There. Getting rid of those magic numbers. I should also try to get rid of this magic number about the tile size, right? Const tile size 32. And then I guess we can put here const tile size f32. Tile size as f32. And then I can use that instead of all these 32s. All right. Do length as I32. Well, I wanted that to stay a size because I think it should be. And it's only this particular API that needs it as a 32. Okay, so that gets me back to a green tile, right? Okay, now let me try adding this world transform to put the tile in somewhere in the world. So let's say I wanted to meet like 4 tiles over and 4 tiles down. 4 times tile size. Or do I do a F32? Oh no, it did a Oh, is this going to be an integer algebra? Yeah, so I really want this to be tile size F32. Maybe I drop that and just define it as 32.0. Do I have to be really specific about this? Do I have to say 4.0? I can't click today. I suppose so. Okay, I'd rather do it this way then. I'd rather get rid of this F32 and then just say these both as F32s. Because it's only really needed for, again, the GL API. Right. Okay, so then what type is view here? Oh, F60. Okay, these are 64-bit. So, oh, right. Matrix is defaulting to 64 because I didn't put F32 there. So then, how is this actually working then? How did it go from a 64 to the 32 and actually work? Because I gave it a slice of F64s. That's a really complex type, isn't it? I guess it's doing a lazy multiply in place. It looks like it. Interesting. Okay, that's weird that this worked. I didn't there's a difference between 32 and 64-bit here, right? Yeah, that takes a slice of F32s, but this was definitely says F64. So I wonder, how does that actually work? Unless there are 2 as slices, or it I don't know. Let's not worry about it. So that's the translation. First, we translate by world, right? So that we would then do transform as view times world. So that should cause the tile to draw four tiles down and to the right. If I did it right. It didn't compile? Oh. Oh, this is a problem now. Aha. Okay, so I just need to be consistent about these. So if they need to be 32s. Now it works because we use that there with here, so that this has to be 32. So it, this is really controlling the width of our numbers, right? So this is going to be 30. That still says 64. Oh, but then it says 32 down here. Interesting. So you can multiply a 64-bit matrix by a 32-bit matrix, and it just works. All right. Hey, I'm not going to complain. Hey, look at that. Our tile, it should be 4 down and 4 to the right now. So if I compare it to the production, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that square should be there. Yep. And it looks good. It looks right. Let's make it not 4. Let's make it like 3. Hi. I need to take a break because someone needs my help for just a few minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. Right, I wanted to have like not the same number there for X and Y. Did it reload? Did I hit save? There, now I hit save. Hey there, Master Agent Miyazaki. Also, I forgot to say hi to Tim. All right. Yeah, I think that's right, right? 3 across and 4 down will be that square, which is right there. Okay, cool. So then the final thing is to actually use the texture, right? So a couple things I need to do for that. I need to add texture coordinates to these. This is also getting kind of messy. I think what I want to do is actually either make it into a struct or use a vector. No, I think I want to make a struct. Yeah, but I need to be able to get the struct into the VBO right here, right? Hey there, Jackamus. How goes the UI switch? Going okay. Just getting to where I can show tiles. I'm about to texture my tile. I'm just thinking, like, what's the best way to do this? Let me look that one up again. Maybe there's an alternative that I like better. There. Array buffer view. Is there a better one? U8 array? This is a single F32, a single F64, right? No, that's... Okay, there are different methods there. I'm guessing we want to stick to this, that way I can keep the type as is. It's just that I have to do that. So ultimately I would need to get... Whatever structure I make, I need to get it serialized correctly. Which means that the type of everything will be float 32s. Am I okay with that? I'd like to have it more generic. I just am worried about byte order issues. If I were to run this on a big Indian platform, right? Trying to think what the best way would be. Ultimately, like optimally, I'd like to have a struct like vertex, right? And right now, it just has a coordinate, so it's position as we can even just use vector 2, right? What now? Oh, yeah, move it out. It's like, move it on out. Actually, I could put it in here. Right? And this needs an argument F32. Yeah, and then the idea is that I will have a okay, this is sort of ambiguous, right? Well, I guess it's not, because you don't talk about positions and textures, right? I guess, but texture's the wrong word too. What are the right words here? It's been too long. I guess I can just, I don't like the word texture. It's like texture chord or text chord. Text chord? That's as close as I can get it, right? But this is a vector to F32 also. So I could technically like just get like, well, yeah, like how would I turn, I know how to do this in C, C++, I would use a union, right? But how would I get that into an F32 slice? I can't think of how I would do it unless I fiddle with memory. Text chord is the usual phraseology. Okay, so I got pretty close. So I maybe don't need the underscore. Get byte order issues bite you the other day doing some malware analysis. Just recently switched to AMD 3 for a loop. Yeah. I guess I can just worry about optimizing this later, and for now I can just have an implementation that gives me a vector and then just slice the vector. So function as vec or to vec or something. Vec of F32s. So it would be vec. Okay, I can just do it. Position dot. Actually, I don't know how to address. You do it index like that. Is that how we do it? No. Oh, I know why, because I didn't say self. Does this also have a dot X? No, it doesn't. Okay, and so then I can have like vertex position vector 2 new 0 0 0 0 text chord. I mean, this is maybe a little bit too verbose, but I can fix it later. So that's one vertex. And then the second one has that, and that would be 1 here, right? And then the third one has both of these, and that's 1 and 1. And then I actually want to copy that again, because we're going to this, to the next. And then this is, actually this is the next to last one. And the last one is this. Like that, right? Okay, and then I can't just do model as slice, I have to do model dot to vec slice. What? Oh, sure. Implement clone, please. Derive clone. Right. To vector. Wait. Oh no, this is wrong. Shoot. I need to like. I need to iterate over all of the. Oh, what am I doing? It already is a vector. I want to map it and then flatten it, right? Or I guess I could do a fold. So I can, let's see. So model dot fold. Do I have to do iter to do fold? I think so. And so vec new. And then vertex dot to vec. And then have oh, this needs, it's 2 arguments, right? Output dot append or push, I think. And then at the end as slice. Maybe it's not push. A push is a single value. Is it append or extend? I always get those two screwed up. Is it extend or append? Extend works with an iterator. What does append do? Append would work, but this needs to be mutable? Hold on, what? Oh yeah, it does need to be mutable. And I can do that, right? If the model itself... No, it does... Yeah, yeah. That's fine. I think. Actually, why do I need to do that? That can just be vertex, and because this... That should just work, right? Why doesn't this not work? Oh, I have to say output. And what's wrong with this? Oh, sure. There we go. And that has to be mutable, yes. Okay, cool. Converting a vec of t to a slice of u8 is quite simple. Quite simple, eh? From raw parts mute. From raw parts mute. Okay. But that's if that's if the byte order is correct. Otherwise, I gotta do I have to do the swapping, the byte swapping, right? Yeah, and then I have to be conscious about alignment. Aligned even, yeah, it has to be aligned. Which it probably is, but... yeah. I'll look into that later as maybe an optimization. I don't like how clunky this is, though. Because it's a vector of vertices, and each vertex will form its own vector. So I have a vector of vectors, really, and I need to flatten them with... I can flatten them with fold. Also, I guess I could do a flatten if they turn them into iterators. Maybe that would be better. So instead of, like, making a vector, I could just implement iterator. Too much work. Anyway, this should get me the positions with the texture coordinates, right? And then let's just try this without actually putting the texture in it first. So to get it to actually work, when I bind the buffer, binding the buffer should be okay, but then when I set the attribute right here, right? The vertex attribute pointer, the stride is no longer 0. The stride is going to be, is it the gap or is it the total? I need to look this up again. Always asking me to read MDN. The offset in bytes between the beginning of consecutive ones. All right, so then it would be stride is the standard mem size of vertex. As I32. This is assuming it's packed. Is that safe to assume? It's this, right? And then what's offset again? First component. Right, so it's at the beginning. Actually, I don't like this. Let's just do F32 times 4. Then then there's a magic number. That is technically correct. What if I don't know what to do here. I guess I could define a constant here in this. Is this how you do it? Const stride. Standard mem size of F32 times 4. I can't multiply. I have to call it. Okay, then I can use vertex stride, right? Whoa, how did I end up way down there? Yeah, stride here is vertex stride as I32. Okay. Yeah, I'm really trying to avoid magic numbers by giving them names. They're no longer so magical. Actually, while we're talking about Indianness, I think the GLES talks about Indianness, right? Byte order, maybe? Maybe they don't. Order? Little, maybe? Big? Interesting. So there's nothing in the specification about big endian versus little endian, or they use different words. Yeah, it must be because this is just talking about the shading language. I don't think I downloaded the OpenGL spec itself. So I don't know. I don't have the answer. Is there anything in the set of WebGL and Big Endian? Yeah, I don't know. I want to try to avoid that for now, though. I really only need to worry about big little endian differences if I'm going to do tricks like rather than making vectors and folding them and all that. If I were to just get a pointer to a vertex and transmute it to a pointer to F32, so then I got to make sure that the byte order is matching what the WebGL expects. Oh, that didn't quite work, did it? Oh, I think it's because I didn't change the shader. Yeah, let's change the shader. The shader, the attribute's now a structure, right? So, actually, no, this should remain unchanged. So what did I screw up then? Number of vertices, maybe? So this should still be, well, this should still be 6, right? So it should still be drawing 6 points. Maybe I got these coordinates wrong. Down and then right, and then from there. Oh, yeah, I flipped these two by accident. Yeah, that should go there. Oh, hello, kitty. Hey. You want to come here? No? Just gonna sit there and meow at me? Okay. It's still drawing it funny. It's not drawing the other rectangle. Let me get rid of this rectangle for now. Make sure it's actually drawing the way I think it should. Okay, it's not. So I have something screwed up here. I wonder if it has to do with this. This stride should be 4 times 4. Should be 16 now, right? I don't know. I don't think it's the backface culling. I think it's the fact that I'm returning 4 numbers now. It should be, oh, wait. I think I did get this screwed up. Stride. It is times 4. I would think that would work. Okay. Oh, I guess I could always just double check things here. right, let's print that. When in doubt, print it. Divide. Autocorrect is hard at work correcting what it doesn't need to correct. Stride 16, number of vertices 3. Why is it 3? That's wrong, right? Number of vertices. Oh, this is wrong. Shoot. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is accounted for now. It isn't. Okay, that was the wrong number. Number of vertices is wrong. Okay. Get this I'll get this eventually. There we go. All right. So now let's put the texture coordinates in. So attribute vec2 text chord. And we're not going to use it yet. But I should be able to bind it down here, right? Don't need to see the transform anymore. Let's keep that for now. Oh, I copied the wrong thing. It's this that I wanted to copy. So this is let text chord. So this should just be 2. That's always 2. I guess I need to be more specific about some of these things. Actually, we can reuse some of those. Normalize, well, yeah, we shouldn't reuse that one. Position normalize. Stride we can reuse though. Offset we shouldn't though. Position offset. This is that and that are text chord. Okay, so then the offset here would be standard mem size of F32 times stage dimensions as I32. Yeah, the stuff about offsets, it's kind of clumsy. Really what I kind of want to look for, maybe there's a crate for this, but something that can take a structure like this and derive things like give it to me in F32s and give me the offsets of certain fields within it when it gets serialized. Like there should be, I bet there's a crate for that. Okay, what's wrong here? Type annotation is needed because it's not used here. There, and there. Okay, so that shouldn't change anything, but now the shader will have the text chords. And the final pieces are to actually pass the texture coordinates to the fragment shader and set the texture. Uh-oh. Unable to get text chord from the shader. Is that because we don't use it? I guess we should just update the shader to use it then. How do I pass it through? I guess it is an attribute, but then how do I output it? There's a way to do that, right? Like varying or something? Varying, right? Yeah. Yeah, interface between vertex and fragment shader. So I'm gonna I just declare it here, right? Varying vec2. Let's just call this text chord in, text chord out. And then I can say text chord out equals text chord in. And then I suppose that won't actually be used unless I declare as varying in the fragment shader. And then use it. I should say that not in and out. Let's call this frag. Now, if I don't use it in the fragment shader, is it going to optimize it out? No, it shouldn't because I have this assignment, right? So this should fix it, I hope. Nope. Unable to load fragment shader, unable to compile, no precision specified. I need to specify a precision? Fragment shader. I have to specify a precision for varying? Really? Why? Interesting. Okay. Okay, I'll just add it. Medium P, I guess. And I put it before the type, right? Medium P. I suppose I should be consistent with it. Medium P. It's recompiling now. And done. Still bad. Unable to get text chord out, so it's like optimized out or something. I guess because I don't use it. Do I just make it optional then, for now? And so instead of an expect, I guess I can do that. If let okay, I guess. Okay. Then do all this stuff. Sure. Then when I add it, well, hold up. I would like to actually print something. Warn. Could not map text chord attribute. Assign the text chord to the color output. But that's wrong, right? I want to have it be there but not use it. I don't know how to do that. You could set the default in the fragment precision medium P float at the top. I just am surprised that I would have to set it at all. But let me try that in a second. Oh, is this going to spam me now? Wait a minute. It should be printing this over and over and over again. Why is it only printing it a few times and then stopping? Did I break my console? How do I clear that? What's this? I think the console's broken. 288 warnings, but I don't see them. Okay. And I don't see anything here. I think I broke the console. Reload. I can't reload? Oh, interesting. Reload button doesn't work. I broke it, chat. Probably because I overwhelmed it with console messages. Do I have to kill it then? I hate to have to kill all these tabs. Or wait a minute, I'm not... I can kill it there. No. I killed too many. That's okay. Get it back. F12. login. Yeah, see, I guess I broke it somehow before. Yeah, it is spamming me with all this stuff. So I should probably have it, I should probably tell it to stop doing that. Maybe only print it out the first time. How do I do that? I'd have to know if I've rendered before. What if I just, I don't know. I'll just ignore it. Hey there, Red Sky One. Rendering is going okay. I'm just slower than I think I should be. So it can't map it yet because we're not using it. There are a few things left, right? I need to get the texture in. Didn't I have code for that up here? Yeah, so actually we have the texture. I could just say... when store render? Oh, did I not store it? Oh, you're right, I didn't store it. This test texture, I need to store that. What type is that going to be? WebGL texture or something like that? I do this as a little compiler trick to tell me what the type actually is. WebGL texture. Okay. Let me put it up here. Test texture option WebGL texture. Import that guy. None. Okay, and then where we load it, right here. Self.testTexture.replace test texture. All right. Did you enable the texture? Did you activate active texture? Oh, I haven't even started using it yet. This was just loading it. That's what I have to do next, right? Yeah. I have to, now that I have it available, I have to like use it. So I suppose we will have render exit early if we don't have it. Where was that render again? Right here, right? Yeah, so let's have it exit early if we don't have a texture yet. So can I put it up here? Hi, kitty. If the cat's bothering me. Do you want more food? You're gonna have to wait, sorry. If self.textTexture is none, return. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Then let test texture equal self.testTexture.asRef unwrap. It should give me a reference to the texture. That's right. Okay, and then like you guys were saying down here, before we draw, we need to activate it, right? Activate or active texture. Guessing that I have to put in the just the test texture. And then you're saying I probably need to say which one it is. Texture 0. Probably something like that. And that might not be the name of it. Or I might need to enable another feature. Yep. What feature do I need? I need... And that's the one I already have. So why is this not going to work? It takes one argument. Oh. Huh. Oh, I did it wrong. That's just this. I still need to select it, right? Okay. Back to the demo. Where did I keep that around? I keep that around somewhere? No, I didn't. WebGL tutorial. I'm going to go to this one. I'm going to go to using textures. We did the load, right? I haven't done this yet. I'll worry about that later. Mapping it onto the faces. I did that earlier, right? Right, so that's what I did before on my own. I wonder why they use high P. Anyway. Yeah, so I need to make the sampler uniform, and I need to, I guess I'll just do that first before I forget. The fragment has to have a uniform. Uniform, yeah, sampler 2D, texture, sure. All right, and then, we're going to be getting the location of it to... Right, so we need to bind it. We want to use texture 0, bind it to the texture we made, and set the uniform to give it to the fragment shader, right? So what's wrong with this? There's nothing wrong with that. gl.bind texture, test texture, and oh, the other one goes first. Oh, that's another constant. Texture 2D, okay. They want an option, okay. Then you get a sum. And then we need to set the uniform. Yeah, high P is high precision, yep. Do you know if it really matters the order of these two? Because it makes sense that I would want to bind it first and then activate it. But active would be like to actually... Oh, no. This is setting an argument for this, right? If I don't do this first, then this would bind it to whatever happened to be the active texture earlier. So you have to do that first, then that, right? Yeah, okay, good. Switching from the library to vanilla. Yes, I am the epic unknown. That's why it's taking me longer. How are you doing today? And Grumpy Game Dev, how are you today? And a few other people I forgot to say hi to. Jackamus. I said hi, but I never waved. Oh, and KB Codes. I never said hi to you either. That was a while ago. I'm sorry that I forgot. There it is. He said, yo, Raimu, sup, Mr. Sir. Hi, how are you doing? I missed your chat completely. Okay. Select the texture, bind it, yeah, and then I need to set the uniform to give it to... Each of these has a purpose, and it's just that if you haven't used GL in a while, like, the knowledge slips from you. At least that's my experience. Now, where do I set these stupid uniforms? I guess here. This is the closest. I guess I could use... Let's just copy all this stuff. Actually, I'm going to copy this one. Because it's closest to what I want, right? It's just this goes here. Delete that. And then it's going to be texture. And what do they want me to bind it to? Just 0. 0. And it's an integer, not a float. Basically saying that 0 needs to match texture 0. It says sample, the texture sampler should sample from texture 0. And texture 0 is bound to our test texture. Okay. So then the last part would actually be to use the texture coordinates in the fragment shader, right? So instead of making it just green, I would want to, actually, I already know my texture coordinates are bad. But it'll be funny to look at it. It's going to be like it's going to be the entire atlas scrunched into one tile. It's not vec4 here, right? It's going to be okay. Rather than, I'm just going to cheat. How do we use it? Hey, look at that. How do we use it in the fragment shader? Texture 2D and then the sampler. Okay, texture 2D sampler and then the texture coordinate. So that's text coord frag. All right. Let's see if it worked. What's the reason from the switch from the library to vanilla WebGL? Just, I don't remember who it was, or maybe it was multiple people, but when I was using Phaser with JavaScript, they said, well, for what you're doing, you could just use WebGL directly and you'd learn a lot. And so I took this as the opportunity that I'm replacing that JavaScript with Rust. I'm like, well, I don't really want to use Phaser with Rust because it's just an unneeded translation layer for something I don't really need anyway. I could just go straight to WebGL, so I'm just going to do that. Missed your comment from an hour ago? Just kidding. You almost got me there, C17R. If you always use textures, you won't need it anymore. Yeah, but then we don't want to assume like that the context hasn't changed, right? Okay, we still couldn't map it, so there's something wrong with the attribute. Oh, because it's text coord in. All right, that would make sense. Text coord in. Texture is a function name, so I shouldn't use it. That's point worthy. So I should just avoid using it now. So it's can I call it sampler? Can I call it let's call it, well, what did they use in their example? They said U sampler. I really hate these prefixes though. I really don't like them. But it does make sense. It's like U for uniform, V for vertex, A from attribute. Or actually, it's not vertex, it's V for varying. Attribute, uniform, varying. Maybe I should just bite the bullet and do the same convention before I like really get confused. Just stick to their convention. Why not? Let's just do it. So that would be U transform, A position, A text coord, and then we can drop the in, right? Because then this just becomes V text coord. V equals A, and a position becomes A position. Transform becomes U transform. We can drop this one. And then for the fragment shader, it's U texture. And this is V text coord. And then back here, this one becomes A text coord. Right? Right. And then position becomes A position. And texture here becomes U texture. Didn't I have another uniform? Transform. This one, U transform. Okay. A lot of changes there. Okay. Well, it didn't draw anything. I wonder if I have my texture coordinates correct. Let's get rid of those debug messages. It did find the text coord attribute this time. Let's see if I screwed this up though. Oh, don't I have to add for the initial offset? This is probably the texture coordinates are probably all incorrect. I already actually had it here. Specifying offset in bytes of the first component in the vertex array must be a multiple of the byte length of type. So then I did it correctly, right? Because I used, this is going to be 2, so 2 floats. So this will be like 8 if a float is 4. 2 times 4 is 8. I think I did that correctly. I don't want to minify. Oh, right. So you're thinking it tried to minify it because my texture coordinates are all wrong anyway. Yeah, these are wrong. We're only doing 1 tile from that atlas, so the atlas, let me just hack it for now. The atlas is this, so let's pick some texture coordinates here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I need to, it's from 0 to 1, but really there are 13 whole tiles here. Let's just pick the king, right? So the beginning would be 2 over 13, right? 2 divided by 13. Two divided by 13. Oh, that's a really ugly number. And then same one here. Same one here. And then for the one where the X is 1 tile over, it's 1, 2, it's 3 over 13. Really ugly numbers. Don't like it. And then where the Y coordinate's not 0, it's going to be just 1. I guess this is going to work. Is this going to just complain that's too much precision? Excessive precision. Okay, fine. How many digits do I need to chop off? How about that many? More? More. All right, and then these numbers. So it really just wants me to keep like 7 digits of precision, which makes sense. Yeah. Okay, those should be better texture coordinates now. So it shouldn't minify it. I hope. But yeah, maybe I need to set those other attributes even if it shouldn't be minifying it. Yeah, okay, so I guess I have to set those other attributes. I had this to do here to do it, right? Up here. Let's do it. GL dot, whatever it is. You passed 2 divided 13 as an argument to calculating. I was just being lazy. Or, I was just being weird. I was just being Raimu. Yeah, I want to do it better later, like, we should probably just pass in a uniform for the, atlas size. And the model should just include the, like the number of pixels into the atlas, and just have the vertex shader do the calculation for us, right? Twitch codes over here. What are we talking about? Either 433. Where is that? Here it is. Text parameter. Why did they do that here and then show it again here? I think I want to do nearest and clamp. So text param I is what I want. Text parameter I. Okay, that's what I want. Text parameter I, it's the target. Texture 2, does that mean I have to select it first? No, we just need to bind it, which I already did, right? I bound it here, loaded the texels in, pixels into the texels, and yeah, so it's just this again. So I want texture min filter, nearest. Right, and then, oh, nearest is not defined. Wait, what? It wants me to typecast that? That's funny. As I32, fine. Silly. All right, and then texture wrap S and wrap T. To clamp to edge. Let me guess, it wants it as an I32. Yep, it does. Okay, so that should be what I want. Hopefully that's what I'm missing, but I'm guessing I'm missing something else though. Oh, no, that was it. There's my little king. Should zoom in to show you guys the little king. There he is. Look at that. There is a difference between the background, though. I think we're not drawing it with the alpha preserved. See that? It's like a little gray there instead of black. Yeah, so I think we're not obeying the alpha channel. Blend mode? Yeah, probably. You don't want to have bitmaps, you can set the text max level to 0 to prevent it. It shouldn't actually, I shouldn't need to do that. Yeah, that looks familiar, Rita. Yeah. I'll give you guys both some points. Go back to 100%. All right, and then I would just do that once, right? Init stage. Is that where I want to do it? Where was I doing clear? It's doing that. Oh, I was doing that in. Okay, I moved that. Right. So maybe it is. I do want to do that in init stage. Yeah, because that's where I compile the program. Right. So GL dot. You're saying, yeah, enable. Is it just going to be enable? Yep, the enable method. This colon blend, right? GL blend? Blend, probably, right? Blend. And then, right, so set the blend function. Blend fun. Blend func. S factor, D factor. Right, so there are special enums for that, like you said. Source alpha 1 minus source alpha, right? So that should be in here. Source alpha 1 minus source alpha. All right, let's see if the king's background goes away. Then I can try to play around with like drawing him standing on the grass or something like that. Make sure I got the alpha composition correct. Okay, looks good to me now. So we have the back. It's not drawing the background. So I can now play around with like I need to clean this up, and then so I can reuse it. I want to have like just a function called draw tile. That's what I want. That I can give where to draw it, which tile to use, and later I'll do like which atlas to pick from. Yeah. Okay, we're getting there. Do you have depth test enabled? I don't think so. Do you think I need it? I'm just going to draw it from in-depth order and use the alpha to compose them. That's what I'm thinking about doing. Depth test we would need if I was going to draw it in some arbitrary order, right? The reason why I want to draw it in order anyway is if I want to have like alpha blending like I do, I'll show you. Like, you see that pop-up? Shows entity depth, X and Y. Oh, I'm being rated by Simuleos. Hey, Simuleos. How are you today? See how I am blending the tiles with that pop-up entity depth X, Y? I have to draw that in a certain order, right, to have the alpha blend do it correctly. So I would want to draw it from furthest to closest anyway. So I don't think I need to do a depth test. Hey there, Trash Talk. And thank you for the raid, Simuleos. They're just working on, this is the game client for the game I've been working on, and I'm moving it to Rust. So this is the same, this is how far I've gotten with the Rust version of my game's front end so far. So you can see I have a lot of things left to do, but today I was working on the WebGL stuff. So we already did the fun linear algebra stuff. So basically, I want to, in my front-end app, say, break up this stage, which is drawn with WebGL, into tiles. And I want the tiles to be pixel perfect. So I want a coordinate system like this, because I know it's 608 pixels by 480 pixels, right? So I want to set my stage coordinates to be top left is 0, 0, bottom right is 608 by 480. So it's each coordinate is 1 pixel, right? But the display coordinates in WebGL are from -1, 1 to 1, -1. So the y-axis is flipped, and its width is 2 instead of 2 by 2 instead of being 608 by 480. So to correct for that, I did a view transform, which is an affine transformation because we're both scaling and translating, right? In my stage coordinate system, I want the origin to be the top left. You know, WebGL, it's the center of the screen. So we need to translate. And then the scale transform handles the difference in the ranges. So we did that earlier, and then went on to actually drawing a tile. I had the model for the tile, and it's like if we want to place it somewhere, we need to do a translation, and then potentially we might want to rotate tiles. I'll put a question mark there. But I didn't put that in yet. I had a rotating triangle at the beginning of the stream because I had been playing around with that last night. But yeah, anyway. Got the world transform in there, and then the final step that I just got right before the raid happened was we replaced a solid color with actually picking pixels from a texture. So this little king guy, I'll zoom in so you can see it better. He is selected from this texture map, this texture atlas. So I got this image, this ping image, imported into the front end yesterday, and it's loaded into the GPU as a texture, and so I did the work today to kind of connect the texture into the shaders. So I can show you the shaders. The vertex shader, this was the rotating triangle stuff I was playing around with yesterday. We don't need that anymore. So we have this uniform transform. It's the combination of the world and view transforms. You know, a little quick review. Transformations, you can compose them through multiplying the matrices. So if you want to do an A transform followed by a B, that would be this. You can set multiply B times A, and with that single matrix, now you can do both transformations in the correct order. So in my code, where I have the world transform, if I could spell it correctly. First compute world translation, and I'm only doing translation for the world transform right now, but view is both scaling and translation, so you do A and B, right? Scaling first and then translation, like the Wikipedia page showed. It's right to left, scale, then translate. If I flip those, it would translate and then scale it, which would be wouldn't be correct, right? It would actually scale the translation as well as scaling the model. Then we compose the view with the world by saying, well, I want to place the tile in the world first, and then I need to adapt it to the camera, so to speak, right? So again, this is all 2D graphics. If it's 3D, we'd probably also want a projection matrix. So it'd be world and then view and then projection multiplied in front of these two. But it's just 2D. It's orthographic, I guess you can say. So there's no transfer. It's a identity transformation to go from view to perspective or perspective. So yeah, I'm using the Nalgebra crate in Rust, which is a popular linear algebra library. So to do things like creating the scaling and translation matrices. So if you really want to know the math behind it, because I know Simuleos, you're interested in algorithms, your viewers are probably into more of the math. So, and if you're not, this is kind of a cool thing to understand, that doing things like moving pictures around, flipping them, scaling them, rotating them, shearing them, they can all be done through the use of matrices. So if it's just a 2D transform, you augment the matrix in order to allow you to do nonlinear things like translation is nonlinear, right? It's this is the limit to my math understanding. There's a difference between a linear transformation and the more general affine transformations. Affine means that the angles and lengths of things don't change. So when you do a perspective transform, then it's non-affine. But affine means all the lengths of the and angles stay the same. But translation, it's not linear for some reason. Yeah, I think it's because you're adding to the coordinates. You're not just scaling. You're not just multiplying them. So anyway, you add this third row, and that's the row you use to put the translation vector in there. Reflection is just flipping the sign of one or both axes. Scaling is having different scaling factors for the numbers other than 1 for the x and y axis. Rotation is using your friendly neighborhood trigonometric functions, right? And shear is to use this other diagonal. If you have a non-zero value in there, you end up shearing things. I'm not doing shearing today. I played around with rotate yesterday. I'm not doing... I am doing the scaling because I need to fit this non-square stage. It's slightly wider than it is tall, to fit the default square display coordinates of WebGL. So we are doing a little bit of scaling, X and Y axis a little bit different, right? But I'm mostly doing a lot of translation and another, I'm also doing scaling for turning the model pixels into view coordinates. Only doing 2D, yeah. So keeping it simple. To go from 2D to 3D, you really just add a dimension here, so all your affine transformations will be 4x4 matrices. And if you did like projection on non-affine transformations, then you'll end up with your bottom right coordinate is non-1, some other number, and then you just divide all the other dimensions by that W dimension at the end to get it back to an affine, or I might be using the wrong terms, but to get it back to the coordinate you can use for display, you divide by that extra dimension at the end. I don't need to do that because I'm not doing any non-affine transforms. It's all going to be 1 at the end, so I'm just dropping it. You can see that in my shader too. So in the vertex shader, I have a 3D vector here, but I only use the x and the y at the end. I know that's always going to be a 1. In fact, I probably don't even need to tell GL that it's that. I could probably just make that a 2 and drop these, and it would just work. But yeah, the vertex shader is handling transforming the initial position. Here we put that extra dimension in, and I take it out just by not using the z here. The fragment shader is just, here's how you pull in a texture. You have to have something that samples the texture, the pixels from the image, and then you need like where to sample that texture to find the pixel you want. The texture itself is it's a sampler because what the fragment shader is using is a little mechanism that samples a texture. It technically doesn't get the entire picture, it just gets a mechanism for sampling it, kind of like a function call. So using that sampler, you say, using that sampler, you use a sample function to use that sampler with a certain coordinate from it to pick out the actual color you want for that pixel. And that texture coordinate is just passed through right now. But you can do weird things in the vertex shader too to transform the texture coordinate if you wanted. Thank you for that follow. So a lot of this kind of assumes that you know things like what is a vertex shader, what is a fragment shader, and there are really nice intros out there to explain it. But really, really high level is that we're starting with 6 points. So basically 2 triangles, and these are the 3 points of the first triangle and 3 points of the other triangle. Because in the end, graphics libraries generally compose geometry out of triangles, right? So if I want to draw a square or a rectangle, 2 triangles, right? And these vertices are then put into a buffer, and an attribute is associated with that buffer, this attribute position. And then I added the texture coordinate too. So I could have had one attribute that has both the position and the texture coordinate, but I chose to break them up so that I can handle them as separate variables. But essentially, for every vertex here, for every vertex, you get the position attribute and the coordinate attribute. So this vertex program is essentially called 6 times because we had 6 vertices. And its job is to turn this data, like the position and texture coordinate, into the correct coordinate system and any other things we want to do to the geometry. So this is like translating the geometry to fit the display. And then the graphics engine takes those points and it fills them in. It's called rasterization. So it forms all the lines in the triangle that you describe with the vertices. And then for every point or pixel within all those lines, it calls the fragment shader. This texture coordinate, it's varying, so it's interpolated from the texture coordinates that we assign for each vertex. So it's like if we had, just think of a line. If you have a line, you have 2 points. You'd have the first point and the second point, and I would have 2 text coordinates. Let's say it's 0, 0, and 1, 1, right? So then if there are like 100 pixels between those 2 along the line, then the fragment shader would be called 100 times, and every actual value the fragment shader would see for text coord would be interpolated between 0, 0, and 1, 1. So it'd be 0, 0, 0.01, 0.02, 0.03, all the way up. That's what the varying means, and that's how the fragment shader fills in all the interior of your geometry. So when we're, in the end, printing out our little friend here, you can conceptually think of it as there's a triangle here and a triangle here to form a square, and the texture coordinates I gave out here are the points inside of the atlas here to pick out these guys. So it's a point here, 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 and here, right? And there's some repetition because those 2 triangles share 2 points in common. I could get rid of that repetition by only having 4 points and then have 6 indexes that are where 2 of them are shared. But I just kept it simple here. This point and this point are the same, and then this point and this point and this point are the same, right? So anyway, we give the vertex shader the texture points and then the position points to draw it here and pick out the pixels from here, and then both the positions of the pixels here and then what colors to pick from the texture here are interpolated when given to the fragment shader. So you can do all sorts of weird things. I could actually draw a wider texture that gets squished to fit that area pretty easily just by multiplying one of the points. This is where I think graphics gets kind of fun. If you just kind of just mess around and say, well, let's make that a 0.5, what do you think would happen? We'll make it look a little bit more interesting, right? Graphics bugs are fun. And when my kids were little, they got so amused with me trying to do this. It's like, oh, what the heck, right? So it's that guy, but he's sheared and you're seeing a little bit of his neighbor, right? The one next to him right here, you can see some of his boots down here, and it's kind of garbled because I had the texture coordinate wrong. So yeah, you can do all sorts of fun things when you have bugs. Hey there, Tinspin. Last row is always 0001. Yeah, for affine transforms. For non-affine ones, it's different, right? Like, for weird projections. You released a demo for your MMO engine. Good job. You had nothing practical to show before? A demo? What does it look like? Ooh. Way to go. Takes it a while to load. There it goes. Looks nice. Good job. All right. I wanted to work with composing this by drawing like a background tile and then the little dude on top. But before I can do that, I need to refactor the code a bit. But before I refactor, I should check in what I have so far, right? If you get something working, you should check it into version control. It's an exe, don't run it. No, I just wanted to show what the preview. What's this? Oh, this is because I pulled in algebra. Yeah. Algebra, yep. So I'm going to say what summary here is draw test tile instead of rotating triangle. Push that. Yeah, Git Cola, it's one of my mods recommended I try it out as an alternative to Git GUI, which I used to use. Git GUI doesn't have a really easy to use dark mode, but Git Cola does on Windows. Oops. That shouldn't do it. That should be a no-op. Git Cola is kind of like Git GUI, only on Windows it has a dark mode. So, works for me. Cola equals glue. I don't know Git glue. If you say so, though. I wanted to clean this up by extracting this as a function so that I can like call it twice. I want to have a function called like drawTile. That's what I really want. And things like the model for the tile should be constant. And there are some non-constant things in here I need to clean up first, right? So this was direct coordinates into the texture. What I really want to do is pre-calculate. I want to have the coordinate. I think I want to have a texture transform. I want to keep it simple, right? Let's have it in terms of pixels. So in terms of pixels, it would just be actually, if in terms of pixels, I don't even have to have a separate text chord, do I? So what if I simplify this a bit? I'll keep the structure for now, but I'm going to get rid of the text coordinate. And just do that, right? And the stride is now ×2. And these text chords go away. Okay. And now instead of encoding the texture coordinates separately, I'll use the position, but I'll use a different transform to go from these vertices to the texture coordinates I need. So I'll need to basically convert from the site, the default texture coordinates are from 0, 0 to 1, 1, and that maps to the entire texture, right? So 0, 0 is here, 1, 1 is way down here. I need to transform that space to back in, I guess I have to do two things, right? To pixels, it would be 0, 0 to whatever this is. Was it 13, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12? Yeah, 13 times 32 by 32, right? And then I'll also want to translate the texture coordinates by which tile we want, both up and down, right? So I'll need, yeah, similar to how I had this world view transform, I'll want a texture transform. So this is position. This is one. What to name it? Because I need to have two transforms now. So one transforms it for the position, the GL position, and the other one translates it for the texture coordinate. I guess I can call it position transform and text coord transform. Sure, position transform. And then we'll have another one for, whoops. Another one for the texture transform, right? So this would be texture transform, or text coord transform. Okay, and then I will again have two transforms here, right? So it's not called world, it's called like atlas. The atlas coordinate space. And then we'll call the other one like tile picker or something. Tile pick. Tile pick times atlas. So atlas will transform from the from atlas coordinate system 0, 0 to however many pixels wide and tall it is to 0, 0 to 1, 1. And then tile pick will actually then I needed this to be on the other end, don't I? Let me think about this. It's always do that one and then that one, right? Do I have these backwards? Let me think about this. You want to end with the coordinate system that that OpenGL or WebGL wants, right? So if I'm first starting with the tile pick, well, no, I'm first starting with these. Yeah, I want to move those. Yeah, so I have these backwards. So first we want to translate to pick the tile that we want. And then we want to translate it by the, transform it by the atlas to texture coordinates transform. Okay, so then I need those two. All right, getting there. Hey there, Proots. Text coord transform. Text coord would be UVs, yeah. Text coord is the same as UVs. I could also call this the UV transform. Probably missed a lot since yesterday. Did you manage to get texture loading to work? Yes, I did. That's why we're printing out that dude. Oh, I broke it. It's now printing a line, but it was printing a texture selected from this texture atlas. I did get that to work. And hey there, Everex. We have Everex, we have Prutzy1311, hello. I missed a bunch of other hellos. That were a while ago, I guess. I don't even see them. Okay, hello to everybody else I missed. Are you doing mostly Rust on the channel? Yeah, these days, yes. But I'm using WebGL as well as Rust. Going through WebSys crate in Rust. So the content here is both Rust and WebGL at the same time. Thank you for the follow. So I need to calculate the tile pick and the atlas, right? Let's do tile pick. That should be easy. That's just a translation, right? Kind of like this one. So tile pick would be a translation in space, and we'll go over how many was the little king guy? 2 times the tile size, and this was 0, right? So that's the tile pick, and then at this we need to go from the number of pixels in this entire image to 0 to 1. So that's similar to it's actually the same kind of thing, right? So atlas, oh no, it's not a translation, it's a scaling. Yeah, so let's pick this one instead. Atlas is a scaling from basically divide, right? Divide by the width of the texture. So I don't remember if I I did this, right? No, that's a different one. This one. Image width, image height. And that's stored in test. Oh wait, I never stored these. We need to store them. Where to store them? I guess down here. Self.test texture width. Replace. This is clumsy that I have so many options. What if I make a structure out of this thing? Yeah, let's make a struct. So, pub struct atlas, because that's what it is. Actually, it's more generic. We'll call it texture. So we'll have the GL texture, and then we'll have the width and the height. That's what I want to actually put here. Kind of confused on why you'd want to use a transform on the texture coordinate since it's just a rectangular frame you could use as a cursor. Because ultimately I want to just use a texture sampler, and this coordinate needs to be between 0, 0 and 1, 1, right? But the atlas has many pictures in it. If I want to just pick out a subset and draw that, then if I want this one to be 0, 0 and I want this one to be 1, 1, I have to do I have to translate it over to the left and I descale it, right? Because this is actually 64, 0 and this is 76, 32, right? So I need to move to translate to the left and scale it. So that's what I'm doing with the picking, and then the scaling to go from the coordinate system of the image to the texture coordinate system that the fragment shader needs. So it's just selecting the sub image we want and putting it into the right coordinate system for the fragment shader. So the first one is a transform, a translate, and the second is a scale. That's what that's for. Hope that makes sense now. Okay, so this is going to break a few things. Okay, so here instead of this, it's texture. GL texture is that. Width is image.width. Height is image.height. Like that, right? Can I not use image anymore? Oh, these are probably the wrong dimension. Expected U size found 32. Should I change them to 32-bit? Sure, why not? U32. Thank you for the follow. Good evening, Apollo I. In your project, use a transform for the image, but just use a series of frames for the texture coordinates. Yeah, so what I'm kind of doing is I'm kind of cheating because I noticed that I'm doing pixel art 1-to-1, so my vertices can only really need a vector 2 for both the position in space of the vertex and also the texture coordinate, because it's a one-to-one. So if I, like I did a moment ago, if I had separate position and text coords, I could encode the text coord and not have to do a texture coordinate transform, like what you're doing. You're including the wait a minute, you're not doing. What are you doing? Transform for the image. Just use a series of frames for the texture coordinate. Well, yeah. So you're transmitting those what you call the frames, those texture coordinates, into the GPU, right? I'm choosing to kind of combine that with the geometry itself. So there's just different ways of doing it. How dare I diverge you from your way? Exactly. It goes pretty well, by the way. And hello again, Mars Raptor. Okay. That's just picking the tile. These are magic numbers for now. That's fine. I also have magic numbers for where to draw it. Those will become the arguments to the function when we're done. I'm doing this iteratively and not all at once, because it's easier for me that way. So what did I miss? What's the last thing? Oh, right. Follow the trail of compiler errors. So right, that's not going to work because it's going to be some test texture.gl texture, right? Borrow. Correct. Then up. This is not right because... What? Oh, it's just telling me I could put 0 here. Fine. Wait, no? Okay. Why is it so insistent? Deny erasing up. I want to do this for clarity for now, so I'm gonna override that. Allow erasing up. Ha ha. Take that, Rust. Okay, and then I can use what was it? The atlas, right? Instead of hard coding these numbers, I can put the actual width. So this is test texture dot width and test texture dot height. And I will need to convert those, right, as F64s. Yep. Oh, do I have a 64-32 mismatch? I do. Let's do 32 then. Okay, cool. So I think we're done in the CPU, and I need to move to the GPU. I'm not using the timestamps, so let's put an underscore to suppress that warning for now. Why is saving taking a long time? I don't know. It's been spending most of your day quality checking machine-generated faces? Interesting. Now you're looking for games and getting the machine to generate some more. What fun. You just copy your stuff as you go. Hey, that's what I do. Maybe your way could make more sense in the long run, but keep in mind and pretend it was your I will do, Mars Raptor. I'll remember it was your idea. I'll name the struct Mars Raptor text coords or something like that. Okay, so we have another transform, right? Uniform mat3 u text chord transform, and then this one was position transform. So the idea was to use position transform there. Did I rename it in all the right places? Yes, I did. And then this now becomes text chord transform times position, and we no longer have a text chord attribute, which means I need to get rid of a text chord. So we're not doing this one anymore. Right? And then also this... Oh, this doesn't change. Right, so now we just have one attribute. 2 uniforms. Did I set both of them? Well, 3, because this one's the texture for the fragment shader. 1 uniform, 2 uniforms. Correct. Okay. Let's see if it draws something. Ah, snap. We gotta panic. Enable load vertex shader. Okay, wrong operand. No operation exists that takes 3x3 matrix and multiple. Okay, yeah, I didn't extend it. So this has to be a vec3 1. See, this is why I'm happy that I spent time yesterday getting this stuff into the log so that I can debug it a lot easier. So if I get a compiler error in the shader, I actually see it here. That was important. Did I save it? Okay, I did. Oh no, I guess it didn't. I didn't wait long enough for it to recompile. Maybe I forgot to hit save here? Or do I have to hit save here? Make sure it's recompiling. Compiling. And compiled. Reload. Nope, there's something else. Okay, I guess I fixed the wrong bug. Can I convert from high P3 component vector float to varying medium 2 P2 oh. Yeah. This needs to be I need to just pick out the XY from this. So let's make an intermediate that does this. Vec3 text chord. Why did I call it position display? Oh, text chord. Yeah, because it's a position in display coordinate system. So this should be text chord in let's just call it text chord. And then v text chord is vec. Actually, can I just say xy here? Can I say that dot xy? I don't remember if I can. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, tin spin. I forgot to say hi to you, by the way. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Reload. Oh, look at that. He's a little off, though. He's a little bit blurry. Like, it didn't round correctly. Or it might be just because I have it zoomed. No, I don't think it looks quite right. I think it's a little off on the pixels. Yeah, see that? He's like, oh, what's this? I'm being subscribed to. Trax555, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think I'm off by half a pixel there. See that? See the blurriness? I wonder if it has to do with that I need to give the center of the pixel as the coordinate and not the edge, not the corner. So I guess I'll just add half a pixel. Thank you for the follow. Let me add half a pixel as a hack, and then maybe I'll go try to find out why it has to be half a pixel. So that's easy enough, right? I can do that in the vertex shader here. I can just say, actually, I can do that as a transform. Heck, why not just do it here? As part of this or as part of this? Actually, it would be easiest to do it here, right? I would just add 0.5. I can't do that, but I can do this. Now, I might be off. I don't know which way, if it's left or right. But this should at least be non-blurry. Did it reload? Hold on. Sometimes I don't wait long enough and it's still building, and when I reload, I'm actually loading the wrong version of it. Reload. No, he still looks blurry. He still looks bad. Oh, it's even worse. Okay. How could I be so off? I should have saved what I had before. Up by 0.25, you think? I guess we can just try. I'm really just kind of guessing here. this the same game you always been working on? Yep, same one, Apollo Y. Text-based, but I'm working, ironically, I'm working on the graphics part of the text-based game today. It looks a little bit better. I think I might need to do it in the vertical dimension too. New. Okay. Stop that. Scroll bars. Fighting scroll bars. What's this? Another sub? Greetus Gucci? Thank you for the sub. Don't know why Automod didn't like that, but yeah, Lamau, this is just me guessing. Exactly. Wasn't it written something different? Yeah, the production version of the game is, the front end is in JavaScript and the back end was in C++. So it's now going to be all Rust, front end and back end. So I have enough of the back end to where we can log in as admin, and the front end, I just want to take a diversion to do the graphics, get that out of the way, and then I'll go back to the mechanics of the game and the other controls. Okay, so we going from that to that. So that's what actually it was when I added 0. Am I doing the wrong dimension when I do this? See what it is at 0, 0. I'm pretty sure I'm splitting the pixel, like we're blurring the pixel. And I wasn't doing that before. Before it looked fine. It looked okay before. Now it looks okay. Then what was I seeing then? So now it looks pixel perfect. What was I seeing before? Is it like just occasionally it'll be wrong? No, now it's okay. I don't know what was I seeing. Oh, maybe I'll have to go back to the VOD and see what happened. Or it's just unpredictable. Why would it be any different? It just looks the same every single time now. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. If it's unpredictable, you would think that if I reloaded enough times, I would see it look blurry again. But no, it looks fine. I should probably see if I zoom in though. I can't press the log out button. But if I zoom out, you can't really see it very well. Just trust me, it looks fine. Okay. I think I'll just wait until it happens again to worry about it. Cache? Maybe. Yeah, I can have both the front and the back end in the same language. So that's really a secondary reason. The primary reason is I'm really excited to do Rust programming because I really like it for a lot of reasons. But the secondary reason, it is true that I can have some common code, like the code that is in the protocol between front end and the back end. I call it the game public message. So, for example, these are the messages a client can send to the server so far. You can identify yourself as the admin, and then you can give an authentication response. And the server in the other direction can give you an authentication challenge, and it can tell you that you failed. Success, by the way, means not getting a failure. So, whenever I add something to here, like foobar, I32, hit save, now, boom, I've added the message both for the front end and the back end, and I don't have to worry about turning it into byte stream for the marshalling protocol because it's automatically done by the CRD traits, CRD macros. So it's really, really, really handy to share code between the front end and the back end when it comes to the protocol between the two. And I can test them independently of both. It's got its own built-in unit tests. So yeah, that's the secondary reason. I think I want to check this in now because this is a parameterization of the tile selection, right? So really it's refactor text chord selection for tiles. That's what we did. And now I want to extract a function out of that. Yeah, exactly. This stream is all about having fun. I'm not getting paid by any employer. Um, I'm really grateful for those who subscribe, um, but you don't have to. This is for all of us to have fun and to learn something. If I was doing this for a job, I would probably charge people to play it or something. But no, you can play my game for free. For what it's worth, there it is. So what I do on stream is all for mutual entertainment and learning too. I'm learning WebGL. Maybe you're learning something as well, or maybe you just like the sound of my voice. That's fine too. Where's the refund button? I guess you could unsubscribe. I want to extract this, right? I want to have like a function called drawTile. So let's just start with this entire function and pare down. Let's copy it. Call it drawTile. Right here, drawTile. Actually, I kind of want it to be a utility, so we'll keep it here for now. So obviously, I need the graphics library. So I don't want this. Don't want that. Yeah, this will just be given to us. And I'm not going to clear at this point. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. This is actually creating a new VBO every single time. I kind of only want to make it once. But we'll make that a separate step. For now, we'll just make it every single time. GL is borrow WebGL rendering context, right? Let's see what other arguments do we need. We need the GL program, so I'll just pass it for now. Program, WebGL program. So that was down here. Instead of using self, we just use program. And actually, it's just that, right? Use some program. What's next? Test texture is a WebGL texture. No, it's not. It's just a texture. Because I also have other things I added to it. And let's rename it to be Atlas. All right, next error. That should be okay. What's the problem with this? What? Oh, I shadowed it by accident. Okay, so this should be like Atlas transform. I'll just leave that the way it is. Okay, cool. Why does it say I'm not using these? Never used. I'm using it down here. Probably because I never called the thing. That's what I'm guessing. So let's call it. Let's button that up, and then in render, still doing that. Don't need this. Don't need any of this. Still need to get the GL context. But yeah, I want to proceed to doing self draw tile. GL program is going to be self dot. I'm calling it pass-through program. I need to rename that. Borrow that. And then Atlas was self dot test texture. But that's optional, right? Actually, both of these are optional. Yeah, so these should both be like as ref. Unwrap. Okay, and then I can delete all the rest of this, right? I think so. Hold on, this might be a bad idea. All right, we're deleting everything, hoping that it still works. Yeah. I suppose I should have another check for this. If we, well, no, we should have the program. This is, we might not have, the texture might not load immediately. So that's a, don't draw it if we don't have the texture yet. Okay, sure, it still works. And he looks fine, right? He's not blurry. Oh, no, it reloaded again. Oh, no, he looks a little blurry again. Okay, so sometimes it's like not pixel aligned. It's doing it again. He's like blurry. Yeah. What's causing that? Slightly off. Do you plan on opening the source for the game? Probably at some point, yeah. 415 and? Does it maybe have to do with the browser zoom? Maybe. Oh, yeah, you're right. Duh. Was it that all along? I just had it zoomed? Yeah, that's what it was. It's the browser zoom. I didn't have it back to 100%. I still had it zoomed in slightly. Okay, now I feel silly. So it was just browser zoom the whole time. So thank you, Everx. You deserve a point. And thank you for that follow. I appreciate that a lot. Glad, hopefully you're having a good time. Line 415. Oh, probably. Yeah, I didn't notice that. Thank you. Another point. Yes, we did pass. Okay. So there were a couple magic numbers in there I need to fix, right? These magic numbers. So how to represent the position? Probably what I should do is just have like offsets, right? So this would be like tile X, tile Y. Wait, what are these doing there? Those I should be getting from the, those should not be hard-coded. I have those available from something else, don't I? Stage ref. Yes. Actually, it would be sort of silly to constantly go back to the DOM to get the size, wouldn't it? Well, that's not too bad, right? Basically, getting the stage element and then getting its bounding rectangle and then getting the width and height. I guess it's not too bad. So 608. Yes, so we're going to do some of this here. Okay, then I really don't want to have to pass that in all the time. Maybe I'd go back to having this be a self. So then these actually don't need to put here. But I want to keep this because the texture could vary. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to get rid... Well, it means I need to do this in here. Like that. My other unwraps should also be expecs now that I think about it. Program is always the same too, right? So that's past this one. This. let program equal, right. And so instead of an unwrap, we should have an expect missing WebGL program. Okay, so then tile X is what does it need to be right now? U size, right? Yes. U size. Tile Y U size. Okay, and then these were I don't want to do this set. This should just be as F64s, I think. Let stage width equal that. Let stage height equal that. Don't need the stage. So go back to the stage canvas and get its bounding rectangle to get its width and height so we can use them here. So I don't have to hard code it. These are constants from OpenGL, so maybe I should define them to be constant. WebGL, what? It's a viewport, I guess. Viewport width is what's the type? What's the type of this? F64? Yep. And then height. I hate using magic numbers. This is which is why I'm doing this. Oh, and there's a. Let's put the sign on the height there. That's because I'm actually flipping there. Should I put a comment about why I'm doing that? Actually, I think I'd rather have constants here. What to name it though? Like viewport direction 1.0 and Y. So basically, if it's negative, that means we flip the axis. We reflect. So now I just don't use any magic numbers. This might be a little excessive, but that's okay. And then get rid of this sign. And these also are similar magic numbers, right? So this is viewport origin X, or top left. Top, well, it's really left and top. -1 and 1. There we go. Okay, so my number of bits is not the same here, so world is 32. So this should have all been 32. Right? Yeah, these should all be 32s. Yep, all of these. All right, cool. What did I miss in chat? Oh, hey there, Cusack. Need to see some programming and thinking in action? Well, you're welcome, I guess. Haven't been able to catch up for a while. Did you manage to move all the backend infrastructure to Rust? No, haven't moved it all yet. So the backend for the game is really just oh, it's not compiling yet. It's running here. It's really just that I have all 3 servers. They're running in a Raft cluster, so I got the Raft stuff mostly done. And you can log in as an admin, but that's it. But that's enough for me to like start working with the backend from the front end. So once I got enough that I know I'm talking to the backend, I'm like, okay, I can now add stuff to the front end, and anything I might need to control in the backend, I can now visualize in the front end. So I'm kind of developing them at the same rate, but they're both starting from scratch again, pretty much, and building them up in Rust. But doing some of it by porting from the old C++ and the JavaScript, so I don't have to I didn't like toss the old code and start over again. Some of it's a porting, but I'm also taking the opportunity to learn new things. Like I'm using WebGL instead of a library to do the graphics. Yeah, and I was off streaming for about 3 months. So I didn't make any progress from December to March. Oh, I didn't need that one. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. It's almost 3 hours and I haven't had a drink. Couldn't one store the sizes as we're constantly querying the DOM? Probably. But then I was thinking maybe we do want to query it because what if later I allow the stage to change its shape? I think you're right though. Like I should probably, well, thing is I could cache it, but then the width and height, there's no single source of truth anymore. This kind of maintains the canvas as being the single source of truth. I think I'm going to go with this now so that I don't accidentally have two different widths and heights that lose sync from each other. Yeah, that's true. Like but then in the on resize I could then update the cache, but then I guess it's an optimization question. Is it worth it to optimize this to cache it? Does caching it have a performance benefit? I don't know. I probably profile this and see this. I probably put this into a function and see how quick does that function run. If it takes like no time at all, then I'm not going to care. In fact, the only thing I really care about this is I copied it. So this code is in two places. I probably want to extract a function out of this. In fact, I think I'm going to do that now. I'm going to what am I going to do here? This needs stage. Oh, right. This part is the common part, really, right? So let me move this to a common function, like get stage dimensions or something. Yeah, why not? And Rust convention is you don't use the word get if you can avoid it. So let's just call it stage dimensions. Or stage size. Stage size. Self usize, right? So then it's just a tuple. We'll not do these here because that's only needed in the GL code, right? Comma that. Wait, what? Oh, those are F64s? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, they're F64s. So I never even needed to cast them in the first place. Okay, so then I would do here, let stage width, stage height equal self.stage size. And then I don't need that or that, but I would use that and I would say that is U32, that is U32. Okay, that's one place. The other place was here, so this is just wait a minute, I can just copy, right? That's okay. Stage width, type it again, stage height equals self.stage size. There we go. So what now this allows me to what's going on here? Oh. Yeah, I guess we'll just convert them here. So this allows me to have this instead of actually getting it. It could get it the first time and then read it from cache unless the resize maybe invalidates it, right? So I could say here to do, if we want to optimize this, we could cache it and invalidate the cache on in an on resize event. So there we go. So now the code that uses this doesn't have to be concerned about whether we are reading from the element every time or if we just cache it and invalidate the cache on resize, right? So I've done as much as I want to, and then I usually leave optimization till the point where we actually need to do it. So if I see that stage size is showing up in the hot path performance-wise, then I would do this optimization. So this really isn't a to-do. This is potential point of optimization. There we go. Line 444. Oh. Could cache it and invalidate in the case? Bad English. No, if we want to optimize this, we could cache it and invalidate, and, well, let's just rewrite this. We could cache it, invalidating the cache in an on resize event. Something like that, right? Yeah, I think you're correct. But I needed to rewrite that because my brain had trouble wrapping my head around how to fix it. If we want to optimize this, we could cache it, invalidating the cache in a non-resize event. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Averex. You're legit making a non-Node.js little framework for your hobby games? Cool. That's what I'm doing. This is non-Node.js, and it's little. Watch you add jQuery to your projects for the optimal cursed framework. Watch out, the JavaScript police are going to come after you, Mars Raptor. Using all the JS libs. That's okay. I still like you guys, even if you use JavaScript. Back to this. Oh, I should just make sure that didn't break. It did break. Where's my compiler error now? Oh, yeah. So, I didn't finish this. I do need the texture, right? That's the atlas, and then, whoops. And then I need the X and the Y, so it was like 3, 4, right? And that's totally fine to have magic numbers there, because that was just to play around with it, right? Okay, and this... Oh, what's going on here? Playing activity? Oh, right. I decided to just use self here. Okay, getting there. Where to draw it is now, oh, that's not the right words. Shoot. I wanted to, this should be position X and Y. Or stage X and Y. Position on stage. Position X, position Y. The tile X and tile Y were what I wanted to use down here. Tile X, tile Y. Get rid of that one. Okay. Yes. So position X usize, position Y usize. So it was 2, 0, right? Oh, I think I wanted it to be even more precise. I don't want to do the multiply by tile size here. And that's because in the production I wanted to actually, why bother? Why not just make them aligned on tile boundaries? Yeah, I'll just leave it the way it is. So this should work now, right? Oh, time to restart npm. Don't want to change the world, just your workflow. Main feature is that you made it so that it only has the bare minimum and you know how to use it. I see, yeah. And there we go. Okay, now now that it's in a function, I can button it up and just use it. here, and then we can draw... Oh, to draw the ground underneath, I need to pull in the other one. So, hold on. Before we do this, let's rename test texture. Oh, I don't have code to load multiple textures, though. Shoot. It needs to draw two different things from the same atlas. Okay, so I'll do the composition in a minute, but for now, let's try drawing multiple tiles. Let's draw a wizard somewhere nearby. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he's at 7. All right. 7, 0. Let's draw him like 2 to the left and 1 up. There we go. So now we should have 2 tiles. There we go. There's a little wizard guy. To compose it and have multiple textures, I need to work on not making it called test texture and test image anymore. I need to make this more reusable. Let's check this code in before we do this, though. This is extract function draw tile. And then I'll have to go back and clean that up later. Okay. Okay, the stuff with test in it is going to be a hassle, right? Well, oh, right. Don't match full word. Well, who would have thought that I used the prefix test underscore so many times? Okay, it's here, right? We probably don't need to see that. This doesn't need to be called test texture. This could just be called texture. And this is pretty generic, except for how it stores it. So, I could just have this return something. Return a texture. I think that's best, right? It turns an image into a texture. So we can call it like load texture. Okay, so then this I need to move. Load test. So here, let texture equals this, and then we do that. Texture there, which means I can put that into there, which means I can do away with that. Okay. So this just becomes this. And then I can rename this load texture. And then, okay, what's wrong with this then? Expected unit. Oh, shoot, semicolon. Because replace returns what it used to have. Oh, and I do have to separate these. So texture, let texture equal. All right. Getting there. So now I have a reusable load texture that turns any HTML image element into a texture by loading it into the GPU, giving us back the handle to it and the size of it. I like that, so I can button that up. Okay. I think what I'd like to do is instead of having this test texture, I think I'd like to have a collection. And the key could be the, we could just have it be a string for now. But later, it's probably going to be an entity ID in the game. So, should just put it in here for now. But then I have to be careful because these go along with it, right? I know what I can do. I can have an enum. It could be an image being loaded, or it could be a loaded image. There we go. So pub enum, potentially loaded texture. How about loaded? The name for this has to, so something is either a, well, I have to encompass the other stuff. Well, actually, no, I don't. It can be loading with these things in it, or it could be a loaded texture. And then these just go away. They just become that. So what to call that? Like loaded, like, what's a good name there? Maybe texture? Maybe loaded? I could even make it generic. I can make that a T. I like that. Let's combine those two ideas. Actually, it's really not combining the two ideas. It's using CZO's idea. I'll give you both points, but I'm going to go with CZO's idea. Maybe loaded. T. There we go. Now it's generic. I can reuse it for other things. So then this becomes, let's just keep a text texture for now, because it becomes a option maybe loaded texture. Just doing one little step at a time. So here, I would want to do a match, right? Let texture equal match self test texture. We don't want to move out of it. If it is, we'll just have it do fill in the arms for me. There we go. If it's some, actually, I can combine the option with this, right? I could have a third one saying not loaded. Actually, alphabetically, it's loaded, loading, or not loaded. Then I don't need to have option. In fact, I don't need the option here either. Look at that. I got rid of options. I don't need those options. Yeah, so my idea is that I'm gonna do away with the option. So this just becomes a maybe loaded texture. Maybe loaded, maybe not loaded. Maybe it's loading. Okay. So then this, what I wanted to see here was there's certain combinations, right? We need it to be loaded. So if it's loaded, right? Every other thing, should I fill in the blanks or should I just, I've been told to avoid the catch-all, but really the catch-all is to just return. Basically, if we haven't loaded or we're loading the texture, we don't want to render. And then this can just be texture. Look at that. Easy peasy. By forking the rendering, you meant using off-screen canvases, web workers? Not loaded is too close to loading, so you suggest none or something? Oh, I see what you're saying. So rename this to, if I call it none, though, that could be a little confusing with option none. I see what you mean, though. I need a word like none, or use the word none. It's not loaded or loading. Will I get in trouble by using none? It is different from option none. It's clear when loading is there for added context. So that's, are you saying that's okay? Okay, yeah, maybe. In purgatory. I think this is fine. Let's just move on. Let's fix the other compiler errors. So yeah, this becomes, how come it's not helping me out here? It's maybe loaded, not loaded. Right? And then, oh, this is cool because I don't need to even do that. That's unnecessary now. It's just self texture doesn't become replace, it becomes equal maybe loaded texture. Or maybe nothing? Maybe loaded nothing. I don't know. I don't know, Everx. I don't know. Which you'll see when working with enums and Rust most of the time, right? Since you'll probably just be matching on the enum variants. Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be within the context of maybe loaded. So maybe none is okay. Save that for version 2. There we go. Or version 3. This is version 2. Don't know why it didn't have, why I had a space there. Okay, moving on. So this becomes self.testImage equals maybe loaded loading, right? On load, on error. That's so much cleaner. I like that. Look at that. It's not test image, is it? It's test texture, right? Cool. We're getting there. Still working. Great. So then, the final step would be to put this into a collection. So, atlases are, oh, then I can do away with the not loaded too, because the none case gets folded into being an empty collection, right? Hash map string to maybe loaded texture, which doesn't need, oh, okay, never mind. We didn't need that anyway. Yeah, the only two hard things in computer science are naming things and cache invalidation. I thought that's, oh, the only two hard things in computer science are naming things, cache invalidation, and being off by 1, right? Okay. I didn't see that coming, the fact that putting into a collection means we don't need the nothing case at all. So this becomes match self.texture self.atlases.get avatars. Well, we can name it after the file name for now. And then, yeah, this is slightly different, right? Fill match, whoops. Fill match arms, please. No, don't rewrite. It doesn't know how to match that. Okay, I guess I have to do this manually. So get is either going to be some maybe loaded texture. Right? Yeah, there we go. So it has to be in the collection and it has to be fully loaded. Wonderful. So then this is atlases hashmap new. And then this down here, for now it's going to be atlases oh, hold on. I think we're going to change a couple things at once here. This is going to be not test image loaded, but atlas loaded. And we'll need a bit more information here. I'll need to have the key. I can, you know what I can do? I can have it here. Result. Key. String. There we go. I might rename that too. Empty hash map in Rust is a non-option? Yeah, pretty much. If the key isn't in the collection, it's the equivalent of having a none, right? Some T or none, yeah. Okay, so changing a bunch of other things. So this is Atlas loaded. So we're gonna move that up because we're keeping it alphabetical. There. Which means I probably need to move this up to here. Okay, so this becomes key and result. Match result. Okay image or fail. And then we can have here warn unable to load texture atlas key. Okay, and this becomes atlases dot entry key dot, I guess we can do or default. What's the default going to be for a maybe loaded? I guess, actually I can't do a default. Maybe I don't want entry. Maybe I'm just doing an insert. And it'll just return the old one, right? Which I'm going to drop anyway. So key, and then the value is this. And we're dropping the former occupant of the collection. Actually, in here, I'm going to want to drop it too. Hold on. I'm dropping it in both. Oh, one's an insert and one's a remove, right? Self atlases remove key, right? Because it'll be loading, and we'll want to remove it so that we're no longer loading it. Okay, I like this. I like it a lot. And then down here, that should just be image loaded. Or wait a minute, hold on. No, this should be atlas loaded. Atlas loaded. Oh, right. This is a little bit more complicated, right? Because this goes from image to or result to key is going to be whatever we, I guess we're hard coding this for now, right? To avatars. Let's I guess for now we're going to say key equals avatars.png or source, image source. Going to use it down here, and in here the key is going to be image source to owned result. And do I have enough braces and brackets and stuff? I think so. Onload, all this stuff. Yeah, and then this is atlases dot insert image source to owned. And this is the value. Okay, that's weird. I expected it to kind of break that up into different lines. All right. Oh no, I still have an error. Okay, what's going on here? Yeah, I have to do the trick here. The same trick we did last time. So let key equal image source to owned. And then move that semicolon to after a brace and then make that just key. Wouldn't that just work? Oh, right. We have to say it's move. It needs to own the key. And why doesn't that work? Copy. Oh, because, no, I'm using once. What's going on here? Shouldn't this... Oh, it doesn't know that this is only called once. I guess it doesn't know that this is only called once. Okay, so how do I fix that? I guess it's clone then. Key clone. And then I don't move, right? No, I do move. Right. We have to clone the key because Rust thinks that this callback might be called multiple times, and so we can't move out of key. So we have to clone it, unfortunately. And this little trick to make a brace is so that we don't have to have, the closure doesn't have to own image source. We make our own copy here. Hey, there's serial chiller. I don't have a helper commands. But if you want to know what we're working on, there's a today link that will show you the notes for today, talking about getting tile drawing to work. And it's all about this game I've been working on for years. Mostly from scratch. Here's what the admin view looks like. You can log in and play it now. There's not much to play, but the idea is that it's mostly going to be text-based with a bit of graphics, a lot of different controls here. It looks different from a normal player's point of view. But the development of this is kind of on hold because I decided I wanted to rewrite it in Rust. And so I have done this much of it so far. Working on just drawing tiles today in WebGL. But the whole thing is Rust front end and back end. So right now just cleaning up the code that is loading the tile atlases like this. This is an example of a tile atlas. In the production environment, I have these tools to edit, to select them, and to define what tiles we want to use out of the tile atlas. Right now, though, I'm just hard coding it. But yeah, later, all of the information on what to draw and how to draw it will be encoded as entities in the entity component system of the game, which the client will get a copy of when it's told what to draw where. You could make key an option and then use take in the closure. That's an interesting idea, spoof. Yeah, I like that. So we don't need to clone. So if it gets called again, it would... Well, hold on. That would mean that this message has to take an optional key, right? Or do we just not emit unless we had some? Wait, how would that work then? I'd have to put the option way up here, right? Yeah, I mean, I kind of don't want to have to change that. I think it's fine. I think we'll just live with the clone. Sometimes you gotta live with the clone, you know? Yeah, what Spoof was getting at is make the key, use the option type for key just to get around this clone. So, like, we've used that trick before, right? The problem is if you get a none out, then I'd have to bubble the none up through here, and then the handler would have to say, oh, well, I guess we didn't really load it because it's none. So it would look kind of awkward at that level, but I would be able to avoid the clone. Because you'd only get the key, you only get to have the key once in the first call. this should only be called once because it is you only get an on load or an on error. You don't get both, and you don't get them multiple times. But Rust doesn't know that. If I had a way of telling Rust this, I would say, hey Rust, either on load will be called or on error, but not both, and neither will be called more than once. So this is essentially a call once, of fn once, and so I can move out of key. But Rust doesn't know that. I don't have any way of telling Rust that because it's all tied up in the semantics of the web API, right? When you set the source, it's either going to load or it's going to have an error. And so we'll either emit an error or we're going to emit an OK with an image in it, which will go back into here. Into this result. Is this okay or an error? And so even though we'll only get into here once, Rust has no way of knowing that. So we'll end up with an extra copy of the string that we don't need. Or do key mem replace string new? I see what you're saying. So the second call would be an empty string, but we don't have to worry about it because it should never be called. Yeah. That it'll look a little bit weird, right? Mem replace mute key string new. This has to be mutable then, right? Why did that not work? It's captured in an fn closure. Cannot borrow is mutable. Oh, this can't be, this is not even an fn mute, it's an fn. Ooh. So then I would have to do something like this, I guess. Hold on. I'd have to do... I have to say let mute key equal key. Can you do that? It's not going to let me do that, is it? It's going to say I'm moving out of an fn closure. Okay. Even if I say that this is mutable, that won't work, right? Yeah, I don't think it's going to work because it's even more strict. It's an fn. It could be called many times and not allowed to mutate. If it's not allowed to mutate, I think that forces our hand, right? We have to clone. We're not allowed to change anything that we capture. So we got to clone it. Sorry. It was a good idea, though, spoof. And it would have worked if it wasn't for, how does it go in Scooby-Doo? And we would have been able to get away with it too if it weren't for your FN and the little dog too. No, I'm mixing up things now. Anyway, moving on. I don't have anything called test anymore. Oh, I do. I still do. This should be just called Atlas loaded. Test. Okay. We don't need to say that because that's what we're doing. One extra heap. I know it'll be such a big deal. I'm sure it will be. We could actually look at see what the performance is. Performance. Run. It's initializing. Okay, now it's profiling. Stop. You're going to see a very boring profiler output. And just zoom in on one of these guys. We don't need to see all that junk. Can I get more screen real estate for this little window here? I guess we can do that. Okay. So that's clearing the graphics contest. That's drawing the tile. And that's requesting the next animation frame. So 0.54 milliseconds to draw the tile. I guess that's drawing two tiles. Yeah, so the fold and this one is the name is so long I don't know what it's doing. But I think it's doing the calculation for the transforms. Guess I could scroll down to see if I can zoom it in even further. Yeah, so the fold takes half the time to draw the tile. So I can remove this now, right? Because that model I can just compute one time, and then I still might need to do this one if, or we cache it or something. This is the calculation of all those transforms we did. But yeah, we got plenty of time, and this is debug mode. I won't really have to worry about it until we fill up our budget. Yeah, I was kind of afraid that forming the VBO would take a long time, so maybe I can just address that now. Dock on the right side and go back to this one. I know you say it's a joke, but it gives me a segue to talk about like how we would see if it is a performance bottleneck. And right, we didn't see it, right? We didn't see that the allocation of the callback was a big deal. We saw that it's the bulk of it's in the actually drawing the tile, right? So, but it also gives me another segue that I can show. Well, if now that we're looking at what is taking amount of time, the amount of time that it is the hot path, so to speak, the path through the code that's taking the most time, we can go look and see, well, how can we make that shorter? Where do you see the calls to DOM width and height? I don't even know if we could see them because I don't know if I'd be able to. No, don't worry about that key being, it's not secret, so I don't know if we'd be able to even see it. It's so short, right? It would can I draw I can drag this. So where exactly are we calling that? Was it here? I've already forgotten what we were looking at. It was here, right? Yeah. So this happens in rendered. This is a request animation frame. This is the closure given to, okay, so I'm having a hard time seeing what's what. For all I know, some of this could be optimized away, even. Oh, rendered is not part of the animation frame, so that's probably this guy, right? Or one of these other guys? Or like this one? Update layer tree. Where would we even see that? Would it even show up? It should show up somewhere, right? I'm looking for my code. Oh, it might be in here. This callback, it might be this one. But like, it would be a tiny sliver here. Yeah, see this render stage is called from message render, which is where is that? What am I doing? I should have just right-clicked and did show all references. Yeah. All references. Render stage. Oh, wait, what am I thinking? This is only when the image is loaded. This is even only one time. I'd have to do it before. Okay, so I'd have to, let's repeat this. I screwed up. It's when the image gets loaded. So I have to start profiling when we're logged out because it only happens once when we log in. Okay, I want to capture it now. I'm intent. So clear and start recording. And then as soon as it starts, we'll hit log in. We'll try to capture where it logs the image. Okay, and then stop. Yeah, I feel dumb. I wasn't thinking. Okay, so right around here is where I pressed it. Press load, right? How do I get that, right? It's somewhere here. Actually, it's right there where it loads it. So it's probably right in here. It's one of these. Which function are we in? The types are all weird. I can't see what's what very easily. Okay, this is where it's connecting to the server. So it's not until after that, right? I'm not used to looking at this. That's okay. These are the 3 connections to the server at that point. Really, it's right in here. Is this it? Hold on. No, that's an update to render the stage, so it's to the left of that. It could be this one. No, it's signing a key here and responding. That's not it. So it's one of these, like, it's one of these. At some point it loaded the image. No, that's, no, what is this one? I don't know what this one is. I think this is answering the challenge. Oh, I need to go to the right. It's going to be hard for me to find it, you know? It's drawing a tile there, so it's got to be before then. Is you able to use web workers? Yes, they're called agents, but I don't know how to use them yet. Rust. Let's just scroll down to where they say agents. They're similar to Angular services. They use web workers. So that's what you'd read about, I think. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Stage size is called for each render, but what I'm trying to track down now is that extra clone. So what I'm really looking for is the onloaded for the image, right? And I'm kind of I'm dedicated to find it now, aren't I? Which one is this? It's not that one. Is it even going to show up here? That's render stage. Oh, okay. If we're drawing a tile there, then obviously we have the, yeah, it's before then. Is it this one? This might be it. What's it doing here? Oh, that's sign with key. That's not it. Connect, so not that one. Is it this little one? Nope, that's the sign stuff. Processing a message. I'm just having a hard time, like, reading this. I guess I'm just not used to it. Deserializing a message. I don't think it's that one. Oh, here it is. That's where it's loading the texture. Okay, I think I found it. Load texture, right? There's the update, and there's the load texture. Which happens when this is called, right? So show all references there. Yeah, see, load texture is called when we handle that message. That message is emitted there, so it's it doesn't even show up, right? Because we immediately drop into load texture. It doesn't even register. The clone doesn't even register. So the moment in time we write here, and if we could see it, it'd be a tiny sliver between when the run starts here and when the update starts here. Right, because the update is what is called by the link callback. It generates, if we follow the link down here, it ends up calling send message, which calls update. In fact, I think the send message got inlined. It could be that all of this stuff got inlined because we don't see any calls we don't see any calls in front of any of this. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't register any time at all. Always name your functions anonymous, and it's never fun to debug. Yeah, well, I'm trying to name them. I'm just not used to using this view, but I think I found it, and I think I'm interpreting it right, that this is the update that causes us to call load texture, and if there was work ahead of update between this one of these, actually it might be up this stack here. Rendered, right? Where's rendered in this call? Here's rendered. Right, so between this rendered and this load texture, there's no time. It jumps basically straight down into rendered, into load texture from rendered. So all the stuff from the beginning of rendered down, including the cloning of the key, all the way to when we actually load the texture, doesn't register at any time at all. Wonder if you could do performance marks in U. I mean, we could get a high precision counter and sample it before and after the clone, I guess. I think it's just going to be minuscule, and it's only going to be one time per atlas, and we can see the whole thing really didn't take a whole lot of time. How long does it take to load the texture? 1 millisecond. Actually, that is kind of a long time. Most of it is in doing the loading to the GPU. Oh, that's interesting. Getting the height of the image element took a while. And setting the texture parameters took a while. Huh. Who would have thought that? This is is it pink because it's in the GPU? I don't know what the colors mean. That is something else. This has its own, oh, there we go. It's got its own color coding. So I do not know what that color means. That's interesting. Anybody happen to know what the color coding means here? Why is that pink, and why is this yellowish, and why is that deeper green? This is the WebGL call, right? To transfer the pixels into the GPU. Interesting. Anyway, I was hoping to get. I think what it is it doesn't show up because it's too large of a granule of time in the performance monitor. So it's probably on the order of nanoseconds to microseconds, and so it just won't even show up. Yeah. That was a big aside, wasn't it? Pink just might be anonymous. Oh, okay. All right, so I wanted to do composition here. So, draw tile. Let's call this one Atlas, or avatars. And let's also get the, what's the other one? I wanted to pull in the background images. Where was that? I guess I gotta go to the JavaScript version of this and pick it out. Was it called backgrounds? Background? Yeah, let's pull the background out and copy it to the new UI under static. So it's gonna be called background.png. Background. So I will draw the background under the king. From background. Which tile do we want? How about this nice grass? So that's 1, 0. 1, 0. Same position on the stage, but different texture coordinate and different atlas. It won't draw it because we're never loaded it, so I need to fix that problem. This whole thing could be a helper, right? Like start load atlas or something. Let's do that. Let's imagine that we have a self load atlas avatars.png, and then this is that helper function, and we'll also load background. Should be able to load them in parallel, right? So all of the I'm copying for now, not cutting. Because this goes in this other impl, right? Load texture, load atlas. Mute self. Key is into string t. Paste. Okay, so, yeah, we don't need that. So yeah, let key equal key into. That just goes there and there. It's already owned. So that. Cool, so this converts it to a string if it wasn't already one. This should just be clone. It's unfortunate we have to clone it twice, right? This first clone is so that we can move it into the closure, and this is because we can't move it out. And we ultimately use the key to insert it into the atlas there, and we borrow it to set the source. Okay, so this should load both canvases, and then I don't need this code. It will be redundant. It'll actually load it twice, right? Hey, look at that. Like his little grass in the background now. He's kind of too white for me to see much of the grass, but it is doing the composition correctly. Now, if I wanted to be like really ridiculous about this, where we do draw tile, I could just draw grass everywhere. So I could say for x in 0 to 19, I think it was. For y in 0 to... I can't remember the dimensions of my own game anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 19 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's draw a grass everywhere. X, Y. Easy. And here's where I might want to start looking at what's the performance of drawing grass everywhere, right? Because this might be not very performant. Oh, looks like we got stitching problems too. Oh, am I zoomed in? I was zoomed in. But there's still a stitching problem. There's a stitching problem. I can see it. I wonder if that's floating point error or something else. You see that? Those dots there? It's like off by a tiny bit. Wonder why. Floating point error, maybe? Calculate in Rust, you have dimensions and tile size? I'm guessing what this is it's floating point error. And we could probably get around it by just adding a quarter pixel to everything. But I was more interested in seeing what the performance of this was, so back to performance we go. And clear and run. Run for a few seconds, stop. Processing. Yeah, so I'm gonna need to work on the performance of this. It's a little busy. What's my FPS? There is a window where it shows the FPS somewhere, right? Was that up here? Yeah. Does it even show it? It's like hard to read that. Anyway, yeah, it's all of these individual draw tiles, right? Stage size. Oh, shoot, yeah. A whole lot of redundant stuff. We don't need to get the stage size over and over and over again. So here's our, yeah, I'm gonna want to stash a bunch of things, right? I don't need to fill the VBO every time. I don't need to get the stage size every time. Yeah. You're right, Everex. When I'm gonna draw like 100 or 200 tiles, probably only want to get the stage size once. Okay, should we do that first, since I owe it to you guys? That I was being dumb about the not needing to optimize that. So we do need to optimize that. About 30, yeah. So this is not terrible. Stage size. Let's just have it cache it. So it means this is going to mutate self. Is that going to affect other things? Yeah. So draw tile mutate self. Which means render stage. Wait a minute, what? Where is it borrowed? Oh, the background. Okay. Okay, I can't mutate self here. But I could have a ref cell to make it interiorly mutable, right? I was thinking about how to do lazy loading. But do I have a bigger problem in that? What if I do need to mutate self at any point here? This is first render only. Yeah. I'm just stopping to think, will I ever need to mutate self during draw tile? Because if so, there's this other problem where background is a borrow. Like which atlas to use is a borrow. I guess I could have draw tile pull it out of the atlas and then it's no longer a problem? Yeah, you're right, it shouldn't. But what if I want to, like in this case, I would make it mutable because I would have it lazy load the stage size. Is there ever any other reason why I want to mutate the stage in drawing? I guess not. So don't lazy load the size and just cache it. Right now there is no on-resize. So, okay. I should just cache it. And if I ever make it resizable, then I'll worry about it. So then this should just have a stage size. Option? There's a lot of things that are option. I think what I'll end up doing is extract stage from playing activity, and everything that's an option here would get folded together. And so there'd be one, like the stage would be an option, and we would only have the fully constructed stage when we have all these things. So for now, we'll just make it an option. Everything will be an option. All right. None. Okay, so here's where we would actually calculate it. So let me move this out again. Yep, definitely. But I didn't want to, but yeah, I can't do lazy loading without making it mutable anyway, so this actually gets moved out. To here. So self.stage size.replace. As usize. All right, let's just get rid of that. Self.stage size .0 and .1. Oh shoot. What if I just actually I don't need to refer to that. I can just do this. Let's clean it. Make it even cleaner. Stage width. Stage height. That there, that there, and there, and there. Okay, and then up here, get rid of that. And do that. As ref unwrap. Actually, I can do copied, right? Just do unwrap, actually? Will that allow me to just copy it? Yeah, okay, fine. A cell seems fine. That's the other option, is interior mutability, to do lazy loading of it. You calculate tile, column, and row count. Yeah, I actually don't need that. I don't need those numbers, though. Well, I would if, like, I hard-coded it here, but that's just for playing around. I don't think I'll actually ever need these numbers calculated in the front end, because the back end will tell me how many tiles to draw on where, And the backend will always give me a number between 0 and 18 inclusive, right? So I don't think I'll actually need that calculation. All right, let's see if this makes it any faster. You gonna load now? Recompiling. Loaded. All right, how much faster are you now? Clear and measure. 1,000,000% faster? No, we're still filling the VBO every time, so it's still going to be a problem, right? Okay, where is the hot path? That's one draw tile, actually. Wait, am I reading this correctly? Draw tile takes 18 milliseconds? That can't be right. Or is this multiple draw tiles? I think this is multiple draw tiles. So the whole thing takes 40 milliseconds to draw the whole screen. I think this is multiple draw tile calls. It just doesn't see that. It only sees if it goes to something else in between. Wait a minute, we don't go from render stage directly to vertex attribute pointer, do we? I think that's a bug. Vertex attribute pointer. Yeah, that's only called from draw tile. So that's a bug there. We should, yeah, that's a bug. The draw bug of some kind. But yeah, it's doing the calculation of the transforms too much. Right? What's this one? Creating a buffer, getting the uniform location. Yeah, those we don't need to keep doing. We only really need to get the uniform locations once ever. Use program we only really need to call once also, right? We'll need to call use program whenever we switch programs. Draw tile itself doesn't know if you've switched the program unless, like, we cached what program we're using at the time. I don't know. Switch to call tree? I didn't even know what does that do? Does that show something down here that I'm not seeing? I see. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna have to drill down quite a bit, right? Keep drilling. Is there a way to drill down the whole thing? I don't want to group. I want to just keep drilling down. It's a deep stack. What can I say? That's the matrix multiply. That's getting uniform location. Yeah, so it's the computing of the transform is taking the large amount of time, right? The fold is, yeah, see there, these are all, each of these is pretty significant. Filling the VBO. Where's the actual draw though? I think the actual draw doesn't take any time at all. So the hot path is the matrix stuff, followed by getting the uniform location, and then I wish I could scroll to the right. I can't. I have to make it bigger, but then you can't see it. Oh, JS Float 32. This is loading the VBO in to the GPU. Yeah. Okay. So I should just have one VBO for the tile drawing, right? That's number one. Well, really, I should be looking at the critical path here. I actually didn't expect the calculations of these transforms to take so much time. If we were allowed some kind of scratch space so we could remember what was the last texture we bound, then we don't have to bind it over and over and over again, right? Another thing is if we had all the atlases, we could bind them to different texture numbers, and then we could tell the fragment shader which texture to use. There's a lot of different things I could do here. Let's get rid of rotation. This setting at the VBO thing, I want to do that first. See low hanging fruit, just pick it. Yeah, but the low hanging the hot path is what I really want to fix, and that's like this transforms, but the transforms include the tile coordinates, which are different for every tile. I could you know what I could do? I could pre-compute the transforms for every possible tile, but there's not a whole lot. There's only a couple hundred, right? And then I could just put them in a big hash table and pull them out, right? And I could do the same thing for the texture coordinates. That would be faster than recalculating them, right? I don't want to do that. I just don't feel like doing that right now. Maybe it's because it's past 4 hours and I need to take a break. I think I'm going to punt on all this for now, and I'll optimize this stuff later. Let's just check in what I have right now. I kind of also want to measure it in production. Problem is I have it set up, a production build goes to the production configuration, which is wrong. But I could hack that. Okay, first things first. Add background tile atlas. Okay, and this is like consolidate atlas loading. Consolidate tile atlas loading. Should leave that in there. Kind of don't want to. Let me pull that out. Let me pull this out. Let's draw the 2 tiles for now. Well, let me draw 1 tile. Draw grass under the king. There we go. Progress. I feel like taking a break. But I could at least think about this is all only needs to be computed once. Yeah. Let me fix this. Oh, no, before I do that, let me hack the production build so that it actually uses the test configuration. That's not too hard. I can just take these 2 strings and overwrite prod with them. And now I can make a production build. And rather than running in an npm, I can do npm run build, not num, npm run build. So that makes a production build. And then I just do npm run serve. 1 nanosecond rendering. I'm kind of curious how much it gets optimized to. Yeah. Because algebra is supposed to be pretty fast, but maybe it's just slow because it's a debug build. because if this is plenty fast, then maybe I won't worry about too much optimization. But if it's still inefficient, then I will worry. Okay, so then it's npm run serve, I think I made it call. Yeah. And then right, it won't have the debugging, so that's true. I'll have to reload. And then might as well start doing the profiling now, right? And then start. And then stop. I should put the background in there for this, shouldn't I? I should. Run build. Serve. And reload. Clear. Start profiling. Run. Stop. Undock. Yeah, let's shorten this again. Okay, so we're within budget again, but it's pretty poor, right? We're like using maybe best case. Oh, that's where you saw the 30 before. When you hover over it, it gives you the FPS. Okay. It's just not using all the time because it's not actually drawing at 60 frames per second, right? It's drawing at 30 instead. It's still pretty poor. But I want to see what's poor about it. Let's see, what is it? Oh, we're not going to be able to see. Because it's all optimized away. Actually, you know what I think it is? Yeah, you can see the calls to the GL. It looks like all the linear algebra stuff got pushed into the background, and now the foreground is mostly these get uniforms and get attribute locations. And those are just, because we do them so many times, they just add up. Buffer data. I wonder what decode is. Bind texture. Okay, yeah, maybe I do, again, want to see the call tree for that. Yeah. Descending. I'm going to have to descend the entire tree again, aren't I? This is a pain in the butt. Am I selecting the right function here? It's hard to tell. I guess I have to click on one of these, right? Yeah. Ah, damn. It collapsed it again. At least I won't have to descend too far, right? Pick a typical one. Wait, how come it says 17 milliseconds here, but it's only 6 milliseconds there? Oh, this is dead time. So it's capped at 60 frames per second, roughly. Got it. We're only using 6 out of 17. Okay. I understand now. So if I click here, actually, I probably don't need to descend as far. Maybe I do. That's a bummer. Descend, descend. We're going down. Okay. Who knows what that is? That's probably us, though, right? 2.4 milliseconds of it is us. And then, actually, I don't know what decode is. It's hard to tell. It's easier to see in the graph there. Whatever decode is, but yeah, get uniform location, buffer data, those are all the WebGL calls, right? Control or shift click might work, opening and closing them all at once. Okay, I'll try that next time. We're not going to learn that much about it other than that we're under budget again, but we don't. I think it should be tighter. I think I'd want to reduce this down to, I don't know. It shouldn't take more than a millisecond or two, right? If we do it right. We should probably do things like collect together a lot of tiles at once to draw, and only change things in the VBO if the tile actually changed. So, in other words, when we have a static scene like this, I should not be changing anything in the VBO. It should just, if anything, I don't even need to draw, right? But if I did draw, nothing changed. So the only thing I should be doing is selecting the program, binding things, and telling it to draw. But I shouldn't be changing anything in the VBO. So only if like these little guys were to move around would I be changing things in the VBO. Try and batch the rendering. Exactly. So if I put it all into one VBO, then it's just one draw call, right? In the tree, it's normal for... Yeah, I know what you meant. That if I was in the tree view, I could control click and see it. How long are the tasks? How long are they? I'm not sure what that means. You mean these? The tasks are 6.46 milliseconds. And it's all in our stuff. Ending up, calling... this is the drawing of each of the tiles, right? Yeah, it's a release build. That's why we can't see the symbols. Enable debug symbols for WASM? Like a debug with symbols, maybe? I don't know. I think I can just know that it optimizes down to this, roughly this amount of time, and then just go back to debug to see, even though the numbers are bigger, I'll look at the proportions of things to see it. And then probably realize that the linear algebra stuff doesn't really count. It's a lot of these calls to get uniform location, get buffer, yeah, all that stuff that we don't need to do, right? Get uniform location, I should only need to call it once I've linked the program. Just call it once ever, and I should just cache it. Okay, so I'll have to make a list of things to fix. Let me unhack this. Actually, I checked it in before, right? Yeah, so I can just do git reset hard. Stop that, run npm. I don't need to, didn't mean to serve it. No. Dev. All right. So after I did the production build, what was I going to do? Or I should say release build. What was I going to do next? I already forgot. I forgot what I was going to do. Was it some refactoring here? I'm getting tired. I do want to split the stage off the playing activity. Everything optional here is stage related, and those all get loaded together. Oh, I think it was I was going to remove the VBO at least one step here, because it's completely static. Take a break, take a drink. Yeah. Well, it's almost 5 o'clock for me. It's the time where I gotta go eat something, and yeah, that'll be it for the stream for today if I stop. Let me at least pull the VBO out. So that was another option for now. Tile VBO, I guess. Option, I'm guessing it's a U32, but I'm not quite sure. Let's see what it is. What are you? You are a it's a WebGL buffer. It's got a fancy name. WebGL WebGL buffer. Okay, and so I should only need to I should only need to construct that once, not every single dang time in draw tile. This whole thing, including the definition of the type and probably some of these constants too. Not the program though, so all of this stuff. Yeah, and I do need to keep the bind buffer here though. But yeah, so this will be like let's just call another function for now, like set up tile VBO. Mute self. Here it is. Okay. Get the GL context. Do all this stuff. So I end up using those constants? No, I have a compiler error. What is it? Oh, right down here. Oh, that needs to go at the top. What am I missing? Tile VBO. Yep. None. Alright, yeah, there are stuff we didn't use. Num vertices. That's really a constant for tile, right? So I don't need that. Tile size F32. Don't need that here. Oh, no, we did need it. What's it warning me about then? Oh, probably because oh, I know why. I do use num. I might use that. It's just that I'm not calling this setup tile VBO. I need to do that in it, right? Yeah. So I can do it at any point here. Let's do it here. And now that I'm calling it, it's gonna be just the things I don't use. So I don't use that. I don't use the internal stride of the vertex. I don't use stage dimensions, I guess. But I do use tile size. That I should clean up by moving, whoops, moving that up to here. Let's just put the constants at the top. They can be internal structures, I don't care. I mean, this is a little bit excessive. I could just have a bunch of floats. But you could argue it's easier to read. It's like, okay, it's clearly a vector, two-dimensional vector named position. It might be excessive. This whole thing might be excessive. I could just make this a vector of vector 2's. Then I wouldn't need that 2vec, would I? I'm being raided by Tim? Tim, you were here earlier, hours ago. How was your stream? How are you doing? I'm just optimizing some graphics right now. And since it's broken, I can't show anybody. I'm trying to optimize some code that is running too slow. The test code I was making to draw tiles. I got the tiles to draw. Still, this whole structure represent a vertex. I don't think I need it anymore. I think that's going to be the type. Actually, then I can just delete code. Here we go. We're deleting code. So, everywhere where we have that, we can delete. Whoops. Too far. Try that again. Just delete. All of these can go away as well. Then all of these can also go away. Whoops, too far. There we go. A little bit easier to read. So I don't need to do a 2vec here, right? I just need to do this. Right? No, that's mutable, so how does this work? It already is a reference? Hold on. No, I'm confused. What did I do wrong here? Vector of F32s. Oh, shoot. I need to do it as a slice. What's the type here? Unknown. That doesn't help me. They're this type, so it's like as slice or something like that. As mute slice? Expected a vector. Why is it expecting a vector? Let's just do extend. And then to make this iterate. Then it doesn't need to be muted. Let's just do that. That's easier. It was good. TS Joss is a wizard and helps so much. I know. TS Joss is the man. All right. Okay, yeah. So I'm only setting up the tile VBO once now. So Tim, some of this might look familiar because if you do OpenGL, it's basically the same. It's OpenGL ES2 is WebGL 1, which is what we're doing. The only thing maybe a little bit exotic is I'm using the Nalgebra library in Rust for my vectors and matrices. And then I have to, since we're going to WebGL, it's a JavaScript API, I got to wrap data into JavaScript float arrays. But otherwise, some of this stuff might look similar, like binding buffers, filling the buffer, you know, creating the buffer, and same thing as OpenGL. You see the perf now? Yeah, but I need to call that. I'm not calling it. I am calling that. Yeah, but okay, I need to store this VBO, right? So that's self.tilevbo.replace VBO. And then we're going to use that in the draw tile. So instead of making our own VBO here, let's delete all this. I still need to do bind buffer, but here's where I'm going to just use self.tilevbo.asref. And I don't need to do that. And it has some compiler errors. What are they? Okay, so I do need to know the stride of a vertex. Maybe I just hard code that. I know it is going to be 2 times the size of a float. So standard mem size of F32 times 2. Not too horrible, is it? As I32. What? Oh, I guess I'm going to be handed a cat. Why am I being handed a cat? Because he's cute? He wants attention? Okay, apparently this cat wants attention. Would you guys like to give this cat some attention? You gotta look up, cat. Look up. He just wants to look down. Such a cute cat. See, look, you want to look at chat? Look, they're saying hi. See? This is like the cool cat emote. He doesn't care. He doesn't seem to care today too much. The big floofball. Okay, what's the other error here? Num vertices. So that's that's really a constant, right? Const num vertices I32 equals. It's always going to be 6 for us right now. All right, let's see how bad the performance is. Reload. Performance, clear, run. Initializing profiler, and profiling. Log in as admin. It didn't show anything. Uh-oh, I broke it. What did I break? Bind buffer should have worked, right? Hold on. I'm in the wrong function. Why did it bring me there? I want to go to init stage. Okay. This should have created a buffer. Here's the model data. What's this model? A float array. What's the output here? Vector float 32s. This is where I'm not too sure. I'm guessing we can iterate it. What if we info the model again? Just to make sure I didn't screw up the model. If the model's correct, then we did a bind buffer. And then filled it with the model. Right? I think that's correct. So, what happened? Missing WebGL context. Wait, what? 435. Did we call that the wrong moment? Wait a minute. We haven't set it yet. Shoot. That's the problem. Well, how did this work before then? I think init stage is being called before we actually store. Yeah, it's happening before we do that. Okay, there's a chicken and the egg problem. I don't know how it worked before. It should have crashed before too. So, yes, this should just be given the GL. Rather than like assuming it's there. So, GL, this is going to be a problem. Because I'll make this mistake again, I'm sure. WebGL rendering context. I'm going to make that mistake again. I need to think about how to do it. Probably when I extract this to be the stage, it will be, it won't be an option anymore. And so, yeah, the problem will go away when I extract the stage from this class. So I'll worry about it then. All right, reload. Let's make sure it works. Okay, it works. So let me profile it. Clear and run. Meow. Well, I need to feed him, don't I? He's probably meowing because I didn't feed him yet. Yeah, he's like, meow. Oh, you're right. I need to add the grass. Shoot. Draw. I deleted that too. It's gone. I can add it back. It was like 4x and 0 to 19, 4y and 0 to 15, right? Draw tile. XY. Yeah, I'm thinking mine does that too sometimes, especially after he's eaten. He'll walk back through the house and meow. I think he's just saying hi to everybody. But, you know, when they only speak one word, it's hard to say what they want or why they're talking. Did that reload? Okay. He's saying thank you for feeding me? Yeah, I guess so. Run. Log in. Okay, we got some good profiling there, right? Doesn't need to run that long. Breakout. Yeah. It's still pretty busy. .34 FPS. It gets really dense in here. Get uniform location is noticed here. The linear algebra is really slow in the, I mean, 0.44 milliseconds is not much, but when you multiply that by like doing it 200 times, it adds up, right? Yeah, it's still pretty bad. I have to have this pre-computed, I think. I have to pre-compute it and put it in the VBO, I'm pretty sure. So instead of it being a uniform, it's gotta go into the VBO then. Which is gonna suck because it'll be per vertex. Unless like, isn't there a way to make a per object context? I'll have to research that. If there's a way to make a per object context, then I would just have one transform matrix per object, and each object would be, you know, 4 vertices, especially if it's indexed, or 6 if it's not indexed. Yeah. So it's still pretty bad because of the linear algebra and because of the getting. Oh, I can optimize out the getting the uniform locations now. I think I'm gonna do that and then I'm gonna call it. So let's get rid of the uniform stuff. Get uniform. So I do that 1, 2, 3 times. So I need 3 variables essentially. And what is the type of that? I don't know, because let's say let x, which is nothing, equal that, and have the compiler tell me what it is. It is a option of WebGL uniform location. And this has to be an sref because it takes a reference, right? So if I were to get rid of that abref, it wouldn't like it. Yeah, it doesn't like it. Okay, anyway, let's get these inside of link program. Yeah, initialize the stage. So after we link the program, do I need to bind it? Where is that? I need to do use program in order to do get uniform location, right? So, okay, we can do that. So link it and then use it, right? gl.use program some program, right? Oh, no, I used it in here. I can do this last, I suppose. Okay. Get uniform. Okay, this. I need this. All right, so then use the program just to get the uniform locations. So text chord transform, position transform, and U texture are the 3 uniforms we have. So then just say let self dot uniform position transform equal that. Give nice descriptive names for all of them. Text chord and texture. Kind of stuff makes you feel like a dud dev when you can use something so abstracted from this level. Well, yeah, I'm forming my own abstractions, right? When I'm done with this, I'm going to button it up inside of a utility and never look into it again, probably. It'll just be like, make me a stage. Now draw some tile, load some textures, draw some tiles, and then I won't have to like worry about it. Actually, I'm probably going to change it from draw tile to be like, we're constructing some kind of like list of, or some kind of state of the stage, and it'll tell the stage to draw itself. And when the stage says, well, nothing's changed, I don't need to draw. If the stage says, oh, a few tiles moved, then just update those in the VBO and then draw. So like, but yeah, I'm making my own abstraction so I can shove it off into a corner and it'll just work, and I can then build off of that. I think you're smart enough to do it. It's just that you have to get a little comfortable in descending down a layer of abstraction and then knowing how that abstraction is realized and implemented. And you get into the dirty details of like, well, how do you work with OpenGL or WebGL? And maybe it takes you a little bit to read the docs, so you get to run, and then when you're done, you close it back up and you go up the abstraction ladder again. Yeah, we all do that, right? If we need to or if we want to, we'll descend down the abstraction ladder to see how things work. But I don't think it's any more difficult or any less difficult than doing higher level stuff. It's just different. It's if anything, it's more focused. We're focused on just drawing a tile right now, right? When I go up the ladder of abstraction, it'll be, well, doing higher level stuff, but it'll still be as difficult. It'll just be different. So you need a project to descend to that level. Like, you could just do a tutorial on OpenGL, and it'll have you doing like drawing cubes and showing videos on the cubes of faces, right? And they'll walk you through step by step, and then you'll be like, oh, cool, now I know how it works under the hood. Now I can close the hood and go back to C# where it's just a function call. And it's just a matter of like, is this something you would want to do, find interesting, or just learn how it works? You don't need to do this all the time, and you wouldn't want to if you want to get productive work done. You'd want to like get the abstraction implemented one time, and then you reuse it as much as you can. I'm mostly doing this because it's fun. Okay, program is a problem, right? Oh yeah, this just borrows a program. There we go. In Chrome, you can do Control-Shift-P and then show frames per second. Huh. For some information you find harder than it should to parse. Of course, some of those dev tools are always harder to parse than they should be. I want to get these names into here. Yeah, I'm definitely losing steam. So I will be ending the stream probably after I get the uniform stuff done. So these are all option WebGL uniform location, right? And yeah, I got it right. All right, so then they need to be all initialized to none. Down here. So all of these are none. Okay. So we get them once here, and then I should be able to use them. So I never should call get uniform location other than there. So here, instead of all this junk, it's just self dot uniform position transform as ref. Okay, good. And then the other places right here. So this is text core transform. And then there was one more, right? Yeah, here it is. So this is texture. Okay, perfect. So then what are these? That's just my search stuff. Looks like we're good. Let's try it again. It just reloaded. Clear. Start. You know, it'd be a good end of the stream if we got it under the 60 frames per second threshold. I don't think we will, though. I think it's still going to be too slow because of the matrix vector stuff. Yeah, it looks like it's still too slow. We're getting there, though. 35. We went from 30 to 35. All right. I mean, we can definitely keep working on this, but just not anymore tonight, I think. Just looking at these leaf nodes. Wait, what? Oh, this is, yeah, this is the linear algebra stuff. Doing the matrix multiplications. It's just really inefficient in debug mode. You know what would be cool is if I could like compile the linear algebra stuff and optimize it and just use it in the debug build. Why is our memory heap expanding like that? Oh, you know what? I think there's a leak. I don't think I destroy the array after I use it. Oh, but I bet it'll get garbage collected. If I ran it enough, it'll probably get garbage collected. I'm kind of curious to see that, though. Yeah, this is all the linear algebra stuff, right? All of this. I guess that makes sense. There's not much else we're doing now besides computing all those uniforms. Yeah, see, that's where we load the matrix finally. All this stuff is just computing matrices. So, yeah, I don't know how much of that I can really deal with, shorten in debug mode. I want to run this longer, though. Clear, run again. I want to run it for a good, like, 10 seconds or something. It should collect the garbage a few times, right? Let's go to 12. Okay, I want to see the garbage collected. A lot of data to process there. Yeah, see, it's collected. I don't think we have a real leak. It's just, it's building up a lot of garbage from Actually, what is it that we're filling up in the garbage collector, or for the garbage collector there? Now I'm curious. This would be in draw tile, right? Draw tile. What kind of memory are we allocating in JavaScript? It could be just the matrix memory. Because that's 30 times a second times a lot. It's actually kind of, it shortened this function down quite a bit, didn't it? Thank you for the follow. I don't think we're not allocating any memory except for when we're filling these uniforms, right? Like that. That's got to copy it into JavaScript to get it into the WebGL. And what's calling draw tile? Yeah, I'm not doing anything else other than draw tile and then clear the background. These are just borrowing references, right? Yeah. And render stage, we're just calling that and then requesting an animation frame. That's all we're doing. Yep. Okay. So I'm getting really hungry. I'm going to call it here, I think. So first, check it in. I'm not sure what I'll work on next time. I might do a little bit of research on how I can like make linear algebra stuff a little bit faster in debug build. Maybe some thoughts about that. But yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do next time. So essentially this is cache, VBO, and uniform locations for tile drawing. I might as well just make that. Oops, I lost it. Oh well, I'll type it again. Cache, VBO, and uniform locations for tile drawing. Commit, push that. All right. Yeah, okay. I am destined to take a break and eat something. You are destined to either check someone else out or do something else. I'm really glad that you were here to watch me today. Let me find, see who else is streaming right now. Okay. Not a whole lot of choices today. How about Jitspo? He's been going for an hour. He's developing games. And... oh, is he away? He'll be back shortly. Okay. The chair stream right now. Splashly? Oh yeah. Refining her GitHub projects. Oh, she's only got 5 viewers? Oh, definitely. We gotta rate her then. Okay, Splashly. Relatively new streamer, right? Working on refining her GitHub projects and portfolio. And maybe some Figma and chatting. I'm watching an ad now. Otherwise, I would start the raid. I guess I could start the raid while I'm watching an ad. Splashly. There she is. Okay. Starting the raid. Good. The ad just ended. Alright, so please enjoy Splashly's stream. I hope to see you the next time that I stream. Hopefully tomorrow, but you know, things come up. Until then, my friends, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, your evening, your morning. And yeah, catch you next time. Bye.